We are Baltimore. We are LA.
From the Big A, we welcome you to T-Mobile Tuesday Night Baseball as the Halos trying to put last night's loss on this Jackie Robinson day behind them. Today, it's the Oakland Athletics and the Angels in Game 2 of this three-game set. Hi, everybody, from inside the Big A, we welcome you back to Angels Baseball here on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Gubas. I'm Victor Rojas. So glad to have you back. And as I mentioned, the Angels trying to put last night's loss behind them. John Jaso pinch hit home run, and tonight, Mike Scioscia hands the ball off to Garrett Richards, off to a great start.
Yeah, Victor, great guy to have on the mound. His stuff has been absolutely as electric. His two-seam, his four-seam fastball, sink, cut action, but above all, his secondary pitches have been excellent. Curveball, slider, even occasional changeup gets him back into the count, which is important against this fastball hitting Oakland A's team.
Yeah, speaking of the A's, they will counter with the right-hander Dan Straley on the mound, making his third to start of the season. We're going to step away for a moment. When we return, we'll start talking a little about the Angels and the Athletics, and also honoring Jackie Robinson, the 67th anniversary of Jackie breaking the color barrier.
Angels Baseball is brought to you by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. And by Mercury Insurance. Save big on your auto insurance. Get a fast, free quote at mercuryinsurance.com today and see how much you can save.
Simply by the box score.
He could hit, he could run.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rickey. I'm certainly delighted with my contract.
He could field, he could throw, he could think.
And I think the conscience of America is beginning to awaken.
Those of us who are fortunate again must use in order to help others.
He was always a fierce and a hard competitor.
But we really are not going to have very many allies, and you've got to turn your cheek at every opportunity.
ladies and gentlemen, Jackie Robinson.
I'm sure that in the immediate future, things are going to improve a great deal.
Jackie Robinson Day throughout Major League Baseball. Every uniform personnel throughout baseball wearing the number 42 in honor of the Hall of Famer and great Jackie Robinson, a leader in so many ways. Life obviously short-lived. We wish we could have him here today, but obviously impacting not only the game of baseball, but many throughout this country and around the world.
No question, the entire country, the world is better. The game is better because of Jackie Robinson. Boy, that would have been just an unbelievable conversation if he'd have been still around, just to talk to him about what he went through just to make everyone better because of him.
Well, 1947 MLB Rookie of the Year, the MVP in 1949, and selected to the Hall of Fame in 1962. And for the first time in a long time, no one officially wearing the number 42, with Mariano Rivera having retired after last season. So this, of course, in honor of the great Jackie Robinson. No player wears the number 42 any longer, and haven't for a while. Of course, Mariano grandfathered in. That right there is Bob Melvin. He's the skipper of the Oakland Athletics. First place Oakland A's at 9-4 on the season. Mentioned that pinch hit home run by John Jaso, giving the A's the victory in Game 1 of the series. And here's the lineup that Melvin will run out there tonight. Why not just put John Jaso right in that leadoff spot? He likes him, and he likes the job that he does in this ballpark. He's doing the catching. Jed Lowry is at shortstop. Josh Donaldson at third. Brandon Moss at first. Yoenis Cespedes in left field. Alberto Castro had 3 hits last night. He's the DH. Josh Reddick continuing to struggle. He's in right. Craig Gentry drops down to the 8 hole. Eric Sogard also with very good numbers against the Angels and in this ballpark. Go bat 9 and play second base. Taking on Garrett Richards, and I know you touched on it briefly, but a little different Garrett Richards so far this year than what we've seen in years past.
He's throwing the ball so well. He's been able to throw his breaking ball for strikes, both his curveball and slider. His tempo has been great. His movement on his fastball has been even better. And for me, the keys for Garrett Richards, keep that fast tempo. Keep that tempo going. Don't walk around the mound. Just trust Chris Iannetta in the game plan and avoid fastball counts. Even though he's got a good one, you don't want to be put in situations where these Oakland A's hitters see and know a fastball's coming. Use that breaking ball to get back in the counts.
Let's take a look at the defense behind Garrett this evening. J.B. Shuck in left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun at right. The infield consists of David Freese, Eric Ivar, Howie Kendrick, and Albert Pujols around from third to first. Chris Iannetta back behind the plate.
Well, every once in a while when Garrett will get a ball up, we'll get one out to left field, and J.B. Shuck has done a very good job. He's got good range and even better throwing arm from left field. Strong and accurate from left field.
Jaso ready to lead things off. The home run he hit last night is first of the season. And the first one in the dirt. It's 1 ball, no strike. Jaso hitting .308 to start the season. That home run, 2 runs batted. It has a couple of doubles. Batted in the leadoff spot 14 times last year for Melvin. This is his 68th game in his career in that leadoff spot. Joe Madden has used him there as a member of the Rays. That one is in tight. 2 balls and no strikes.
He's a guy that's patient at the plate. But at times when he knows a pitcher has a good fastball, he'll swing early in the count. He's patient this at bat, but next at bat or so against Richards, he's going to be hacking early on the fastball.
There's a strike. So a glance back. That's Chris Siegel calling the balls and strike. Tim Timmons at first. Todd Titchener at second. Tim Welke at third base. Looked like he went around. Welke rings it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's the kind of movement that Richards has. That's a 2-1 count. Fastball count 96, and it looks like a cut fastball.
12 innings of work for Richards so far this year. 4 hits, 13 Ks, 8 walks. Now the 2-2. And he went around. He most certainly did. Iannetta will apply the tag. 1 down. Let's take a look at our Hyundai key to the game.
Boy, talking about right on cue after those last 2 pitches. Invisible. Like Hunter Hayes, he has an invisible fastball. When that thing's moving, it will sink and it will also cut. And then when he gets ahead, he has a nasty over-the-top 12-6 break on his curveball.
He picks up his first strikeout. You see his ERA over the last 4 seasons. His last start was in Seattle up at Safeco. This is his first home start. 7 innings against the Mariners. 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. Jed Lowry, the shortstop, last night 0 for 4, hitting .216, has a home run and 5 runs batted in. This one sharply hit towards second. Howie has it to the backhand. 2 outs.
Well done by Howie. Able to use the backhand, looked that ball right into the glove, knew he would have time, gathered himself, good throw at the first. Ball was hit well by Lowry, but the backhand, because it was hit well, can gather himself, and a fine throw to first base.
Base is clear for Josh Donaldson, third baseman. In the midst of an 8-game hitting streak after a slow start. A couple of hits last night, 2 for 4. So he swings to the first one, skies it out to shallow center. Trout in. And a 1-2-3 inning for Garrett Richards. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, and Albert Pujols to lead things off for the Halos. Quickly with Mike Butcher. We'll take a look at Mike Scioscia starting 9. The Halos, after the loss last night, now 6-7 on this season. 3 games back at the Oakland A's. Cole Calhoun will lead things off and right. Mike Trout is in center. Albert Pujols with a 10-game hitting streak at first. Roland Bynes at DH. Howie Kendrick at second. J.B. Shuck at left. David Freese at third. Chris Sinetta doing the catching. Eric Ibar batting 9th. And playing shortstop as they take on the 24-year-old right-hander, Oregon native out of Marshall University by the name of Dan Straley.
Straley fastball, 87-92, slider, curveball, very good changeup. And the keys going against Straley is recall successes. The club has had a lot of success against him. 9 home runs in his 34 innings pitched against them. And bring the fastball up. Don't swing at that one below the knees.
Cole rips one into right center field, a base hit. Reddick over to cut it off, does so cleanly. Fires it back in, but airmails second base. Very uncharacteristic of Reddick. But the Angels get their leadoff man on board. Let's check out the A's defensively. Cespedes in left, Gentry in center, Reddick in right. The infield has Donaldson, Lowry, Sogard, and Moss around the infield from third to first. Jaso behind the plate.
And John Jaso, who can swing the bat extremely well from that catcher's position. Very good as far as framing pitches, but the throwing arm not exactly quite there for him. Last season has threw out a little over 6.5% of would-be base stealers. Very important for the Halos to think in terms of trying to steal a base here today.
Big lead for Calhoun already. First one off the plate. In Straley last year in his rookie season, 27 starts, 10-8 record, a 3.96 ERA. This is his 7th start in his career against the Angels. See Trout's overall numbers. Mike was hitless last night, going 0 for 4. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pretty good pitch to hit for Trout. He just pulled off that one. If he stays back his normal swing, he can hit that one real well to right center field.
They shade Trout the opposite way in the outfield. Gentry shallow. Reddick a little bit deeper than normal in right. 2 balls and a strike. 2 doubles, a triple, 4 home runs for Trout, as we pointed out. 4 have come in the first inning. Since last year, Trout now has 16 first inning home runs. That leads Major League Baseball. 2-1 pitch. Did he go? Looked like he did. He did. So Timmons rings it up. Evens up the count at 2-2.
See if indeed it looked like he did. Yeah, he crossed the plate.
Maybe we can get an interpretation memo from Major League Baseball on the check swing instead of the now catch and transfer rule.
Yeah, there's been a lot of confusion, but they'll get it figured out.
Yeah. Another incident last night with Ron Washington being ejected. Quick throw to first, and Cole is back.
Interesting how that was a designed pickoff, and you had Jaso setting up inside. You wonder if he's going to go back outside, thinking maybe Trout looked to see if he was going to pitch the next pitch inside against him.
Cole last year, 2 stolen bases in the big leagues, had 10 at AAA. 2-2 fouled off to the right.
And he did go away. What you'll see a lot from catchers, especially when they know they put a pickoff on the first, they'll set up inside just in case the hitter's looking, thinking, well, is he going to go inside with the next pitch? And then he sets up away, thinking he can sneak one by him.
Did you know when guys were peeking back for location?
There was a few guys I remember very well that I knew they were doing. This is the way they would swing their bat and be able to check back and see location. It didn't matter the pitch it was.
Right.
It was location of where the catcher was setting up.
Another 2-2. That's off the plate. Going with a fastball, full count. Calhoun with a leadoff single. Trout now with a full count. Pujols on deck.
I'm going to believe he's going to be going here 3-2. Count with no outs. Trusted Trout will either make contact, or if it's out of the zone, will take it for a walk.
Calhoun takes off. This is pulled down the line. That's a fair ball. Calhoun all the way to third. He's going to be waved in. Trout with an RBI double. 1-0 Angels.
Once again, an early run, first inning run for the Halos. Trout with Calhoun going, gets his hands inside the baseball exceptionally well. That ball's on the inner half of the plate. Gets his hands in and drives it down the line. Mike Donaldson, who covers a lot of ground at third base.
Halos coming into tonight, leading Major League Baseball with 16 first inning runs, now 17. Having outscored the opponents now 17-5 in that category. Albert steps in, hit career home run number 496 last night. Takes a breaking ball for a strike. Albert last night 2 for 4. At the RBI single in the first inning, his first hit with a man in scoring position this season, and then homered in the third. 10-game hitting streak for Albert. 259 average. 4 home runs and 9 runs batted in. Nobody out and a man at second base. Trout with his third double. Big lead for Trout. 0-2.
And this is one of those at-bats for Pujols at the worst-case scenario, a productive out if he can. Looking to try to drive Trout in, at the very least, be able to advance him to third. Potentially with a long fly ball to an outfielder.
Albert currently 26th on the all-time home run list. 496. Eddie Murray up next at 504. Evens up the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pujols now at 1,507 runs batted in. Picking up a couple of runs batted in last night. 2 back of Mickey Mantle for 51st all time. Man in scoring position. 2-2 now. Ground ball foul at the third base line.
Smart pitch by Straley to try to go a sinking fastball down and in. That's going to force Pujols to hit the ball to that side of the infield and not allow Trout to potentially move over. Albert trying to bring that fastball up so he can drive it.
You're staying inside then?
Yeah, that's what I would do if I'm Straley, because he doesn't have an overpowering fastball, but he does have some good life and sink on it, so I would run that fastball down and in.
Missed upstairs, full count.
Especially early on, doesn't have a feel for his breaking ball. And that's a pitch right there where Albert, if that's down a little bit lower, he can drive that ball real well to right center field. Some full counts already for Straley, 2 already in the game.
Raul Ibanez on deck. 1-0 Angels here in the first. Single by Calhoun, double by Trout. This is popped up on the right side. Brandon Moss comes in. Jason never saw it. Makes the catch, 1 out. So Ibanez will step up now. 1 on, 1 out. Raul hitless last night, 0 for 4. 186 average on the year. 3 home runs, 12 runs batted in. Team leader in the RBI category. Pujols with 9. Trout now with 8. Takes outside for ball 1. Australia made 27 starts last year, but got to the big leagues for the first time 2 seasons ago. Pitched in 7 games, 7 starts for Oakland, went 2-1 that year. It's 3.89 ERA. Over 24th round pick by Oakland. This is a slow dribbler to the right side. It's Lowry, the shortstop, cutting across, 2 outs. Trout advancing to third. So it'll be up to Howie Kendrick. We've harped on it quite a bit through the first 13 games of the season. The situational hitting for the Angels has not been pretty at all. 189 average coming into tonight. This after going 1 for 7 last night. And still on the verge of a victory. Before the Jason home run.
Ground ball by Ibanez. If Trout's at third base, he scores. They're going to give that run up. That's why you try to make those productive outs. If you need, you make it out.
Now Howie comes through in the clutch. 2-0 Angels as Howie picks up his 6th RBI of the season. He has struggled here at home this year to start this young season.
That's the kind of swing you want to see from Howie. That's when he gets on a hot streak, when he hits the ball on the line back up the middle. Fastball right down the heart of the plate, around knee high. Not a lot of movement in the swing. Perfect swing for Howie up the middle for a base hit RBI, giving him now 6 RBI on the season.
So 2-0 Angels here in the first. JB Shuck now up. th pitch of the first inning.
Looked like Howie was thinking about going. Probably has the green light, feels comfortable with a good lead to go.
This one's Sky to shallow left. Cespedes comes in, calls off. Lowry puts it away. The inning is over, but the Halos strike for 2 on 3 hits. We've played 1. 2-0 Angels. scored combined between those two guys. Calhoun had the single. Trout brought him home with the double. And then Mike scoring on the single by Howie Kendrick. Garrett Richards back to work as we begin the second. Brandon Moss takes down low. Moss, Cespedes, and Callaspo for the Athletics here in the second inning. .295 average for Moss, a home run, 11 runs batted in. Out of the game last night as a pinch hitter and was promptly hit by a pitch by Joe Smith. Bounce over to first. Pujols has it. 1 out.
Well, it's good to see that. Anytime you can get Moss out, he's got good numbers against Garrett Richards and also against the Angels. Give him a roll over on that good sinking fastball.
There's the left fielder, Yoenis Cespedes. Homered last night off Hector Santiago. 1 for 3 night. His 3rd home run of the season. And lost in last night's pinch hit home run by John Jaso. The terrific start by not only Hector Santiago, but Jesse Chavez as well.
That's as good as a game you're going to see pitched, especially for 2 relatively inexperienced major leaguers. At the starting position, Santiago was outstanding. I love what he did as far as using his off-speed pitches yesterday. Chavez, excellent himself. Boy, does he got good velocity and movement on his fastball.
A lot of strikes for Chavez. Hector very deliberate on the mound yesterday.
Slowed himself down.
Yep. 2 balls and a strike on Cespedes. This is the 9th game that Garrett has faced the Oakland Athletics. 5th start. He's behind 3-1. 0-2 record of 5 ERA. 27 innings, 30 hits, 21 strikeouts, and 10 walks. Trying to get back into the count with Callaspo on deck. And that's driven out to right center field. Trout and Calhoun both giving chase. They both pull up, and it's off the wall.
Good power the other way for Cespedes.
Double off the wall, 4th of the season for Cespedes, and a man in scoring position for Oakland.
Well, when you get, we talked about not being in those counts, 3-1 counts, a fastball count. He got a fastball that was up, was relatively straight. Don't see that too often. But off the wall, good job of backing up by Mike Trout to prevent Cespedes from getting a triple.
So Richards will work from the stretch for the first time. Facing Callaspo. Had a 3-hit game last night, 3 for 4. All 3 singles.
I think that Garrett has to do is check in on Cespedes the second, maybe vary the look, because he loves to try to steal third base, and with Freeze well off the base, a difficult throw for Iannetta to third base.
Big lead for Cespedes at second. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball. 0-2. That's that curveball you were talking about.
Boy, he's getting a better feel for that. And then he's starting to learn to change speeds with his curveball. You see somebody does that well. That tomorrow night is Tyler Skaggs can throw his breaking ball at different speeds. It's very important to be able to do so.
In the dirt towards third. Iannetta picks it up, fires to third, and they got him.
What a play by both Iannetta and Freeze. That's not an easy play for David Freeze because he's trying to find the base as Iannetta picks that ball up with his bare hand and a strong throw with movement from the catching position. Job of blocking and bounces on the baseball. A strong throw right into Cespedes, sliding in, applies the tag. No doubt out. Big out. At third.
Little leather face right there. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Alberto. 2 outs. 2-2. That one got away from Iannetta. Little bouncer foul at the first baseline.
Albert with the screen. Hey, it is the hockey playoff season.
That's right. Ducks kicking things off across the way tomorrow night.
It's going to be a fun series.
Stars. Yeah. Kings and the Sharks on Thursday.
That's going to be a battle.
Always is, right?
Oh, and there's not a lot of love between those two.
Breaking ball, got him looking. Down goes Callaspo, and a shutdown inning performed by Richards. We'll head to the bottom of the second. Angels still on top.
From around the majors on the Carl's Jr. Sports Update. There's one person you never mess with, and 8 is finally enough.
Eight is finally enough, huh?
Yep.
Is there a person named Abby involved in that? No?
Stay tuned.
David Freese goes around on the off-speed pitch. No balls, 2 strikes. Freese, Iannetta, Nybar. Is that Dick Van Patten?
Yes. Good call.
David, 0 for 4 last night, hitting 140 on this season. Has a home run and 3 runs batted in. And the thing about that home run, since he hit that home run, that was last Tuesday at Safeco Field, part of the back-to-back with Pujols. He's gone 1 for 20. And that one was the key base hit a couple of nights ago. He strikes out swinging for the first out, and Straley picks up his first punch out.
It seems like he's just pulling off. That front shoulder's opening up. It doesn't allow him to have the coverage he normally would have on the outer part of the plate. And that's why there's no contact there from David Freese. He'll figure it out at some point because he can drive the ball exceptionally well to right field, to right center. That's where a lot of his power is. But he's just pulling off right now, and that's why there's no contact on the outer half.
Chris Iannetta at the plate. A couple of days off. And Conger getting the start Sunday and last night. Chris hitting 125 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. And 1 home run coming Saturday night against the Mets. So he finished the night going 1 for 5. What the Angels don't want to do is allow Straley to settle in, much like the Angels did last night against Chavez. After a long first inning for Chavez, he settled down nicely. 3 balls, no strikes.
Certainly a lot of his ex-teammates proud of him, what he did for the A's last night. Riverside Community College, a tremendous job for him.
Inetta draws the 4-pitch walk. Hey fans, now's the perfect time to reserve a suite rental during the season. Suites offer 12 to 36 guests the opportunity to enjoy the game in an intimate and luxurious atmosphere. Suite rentals offer all-inclusive food and non-alcoholic beverage options. And to reserve that suite, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/suites. Intimate and luxurious.
Yes.
That to me screams disco ball.
Yes, it does.
Club music. Maybe a little Lady Gaga in the background. What was that ringtone you had of Lady Gaga?
Yeah, oh yeah, no question. That's when I accidentally lost my phone at that point, though. Tried to get it back, couldn't do it.
Is that the phone that fell out of your pocket in Tampa a couple years ago?
And the truck ran over it? Yeah. Sir, did you see a phone? Yeah. Was it the one the truck ran over?
That thing was in pieces. Ibar looks at a changeup for a strike. Eric 1 for 3 last night, hitting .214. Has a couple of triples and 6 runs batted in.
6 for 12 in his career versus Straley. It's a 500 batting average.
Donaldson guarding against the bunt. A couple of steps on the grass at third base. All of Ibar's hits this season, all 9 of them, come from the left side of the plate. 0 for 10 as a right-handed batter this year. Angels with 2 runs in the first. Double by Trout, scored Calhoun. Single by Kendrick, scored Trout. Inetta goes. The pitch out is on. Jaso has troubles with it, and Chris picks up a stolen base.
That's what we said. You have to press the issue. Jaso can swing the bat extremely well and frames pitches very well and calls a good game, but had a tough time getting the ball out of his glove. They pitched out perfectly, unable to get the handle. Then the high throw allows Chris Inetta to get his first stolen base of the season.
First since 2012 and his 9th of his career.
It wasn't textbook, though, the pitch out.
Correct.
He did have to reach. Ideally, as a pitcher, you throw the ball right at the shoulder. That's when you're successful on the pitch out.
Ibar hits one out to left center. Not very deep. Cespedes is there. 2 outs. So it'll be up to Calhoun. Starting to get a little bit hot now with the bat. Singleton scored in the first inning. He's had back-to-back multi-hit games. It's like Straley trying to work that changeup, get a feel for that one as well.
And it's running away from the line. It's not getting on top. Changeup so important to be able to stay the same arm slide as your fastball.
More elbow, arm slot, or the wrist underneath the baseball?
Well, actually, because if your elbow drops, it's going to force your wrist down. So it's more the elbow, keeping the elbow up. If you keep the elbow up, chances are your wrist is going to be in position to be able to have that changeup go down instead of going laterally away from the plate.
Kurt Young, the pitching coach.
He's done a fantastic job. Left for a year, went over to Boston, came back. Oakland has not missed a beat since he's been back as their pitching coach.
2-0.
And a good golfer, too, by the way. Very good golfer. Straley, good balance over the rubber, finishing off and staying on top. That's what you want to do. Finish over the front leg and keep that head still as you deliver the baseball so you keep your eye on the target.
This one's lifted down a third base line, tailing away from everyone into foul territory. Cespedes almost makes a fantastic sliding catch. Great effort on the part of Cespedes.
He was running forever to get to that ball.
Little power fade by Cole Calhoun.
Speaking of golf, the slide and just away from his glove.
You know what? Granted, you got to go into the slide to protect yourself, but I think he almost slid too soon.
Yeah, he did. If he went a little later on the slide, he might have a chance. New life for Calhoun here now. See if he can get a base hit and drive in Ionette. He's going to have to get a good jump with those arms in the outfield.
Cessna is playing shallow in left field. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cole, tired of waiting, backs out. Ionetta reaching via the walk and then stole second base. Straley's 2-2. This one's fouled off the left, trying to stay away from Calhoun. His base hit in the first inning out toward the alley right center. Then Reddick cut off.
He's definitely pitching to his defense, staying away and allowing Cespedes to play a shallow left field towards the left field line.
These are the situations where Boggs, you should just foul balls off into the seats, right?
Yeah.
Away.
That was always fun. 3-2 count eventually gets to, and it was either going to be a hit or a walk.
Count still at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Is that legit? I mean, was he really fouling? He could foul off pitches at will.
Well,
did you believe it?
It seemed to be able to do it every time against me.
Why'd you elevate so much?
One time, the first pitch of the game, I accidentally my fastballs got away inside, so I figured I'd get the at bat out of the way. He was going to be at first base anyhow.
Little moral victory.
Yes, save the pitch count.
Calhoun drives one out to center. Gentry moves over, makes the catch, and the Angels leave a man in scoring position. 2 in the books, 2-0 Angels. And it's brought to you by AT&T. That's great pictures from last week or thereabouts. Keep them coming. Bottom third of the order for the A's. Reddick, Gentry, and Sogard face Garrett Richards. 2 strikeouts, no walks, 1 hit allowed. Reddick an even 100 batting average. 4 for 40 to start the year. There's 1 RBI. Missed some time last year to that right wrist. He's ahead of the count at 3-0 now. There's Chili Davis, the hitting coach.
He's done a nice job of getting his hitters into fastball counts. And Chili Davis was one of those guys that loved to hit the fastball himself.
All right, that's the last guy you want to put on base, considering he has the lowest batting average in Major League Baseball at 100. A free pass to Reddick. Fourth walk that he's picked up this year. Craig Gentry, speedy center fielder, coming up. Coco Criff's not playing once again. He's been dealing with the little hamstring issue. There's Coco. So that's 5 out of the strike zone.
This is the time when you just settle down, walk around, and gather your thoughts once again if you're Richards.
There's a strike.
27 pitches thrown so far for Richards. Here we are in the third inning. 13 strikes, 14 out of the strike zone. Very good ERA in the first couple of innings, and then the second and third time through, a little different.
This is into center field, not sharply hit, but on a breaking ball, Gentry picks up a base hit, and Oakland has its first 2 base runners to start the third on board. Brings up Sogard.
Mike Butcher going to go out and talk to Richards, making sure he's okay. He followed through and just twisted his ankle as he delivered the baseball. As he turned around to try to pick up the baseball, Mike Butcher's going to make sure he's okay. The ankle, landing foot. I'm sorry, the push off the pitching rubber. Making sure he's okay. I wonder if Mike Butcher can ask Siegel if that's an official visit or not, especially when he turns his ankle like that.
Two on, nobody out. Eric Sogard, the second baseman, now up. Actually, he's had good numbers in his career against the Angels. .333 average against the Halos. And that same batting average right here at the Big A. Freeze playing in at third. Strike.
Yeah, you would think he would square around the bunt, force Richards to move around, especially after turning his ankle like that. And if the bunt is done successfully, you have 2 runners in scoring position.
Last thing you want, though, is to try to force an issue or force an out somewhere. If they're giving you the out, make sure you get one.
Yeah, take the out at this point of the game.
Not bunting this time. He pulls this one into right field, a base hit. Reddick is going to be waved in. Calhoun's throw is cut off. Pujols fires to third, and everyone is safe. Oakland gets on the board. It's 2-1 Angels. Sogard with his first RBI of the season.
It's good base running by Gentry. I think if Cole Calhoun could do it differently, he would throw the ball in towards third base. It would be a difficult task to throw out Reddick, who runs well. Then you would have kept base runners at first and second instead of being one at third. Sogard once again a base hit against the Angels. And Gentry was stopping once he saw the throw the home. That he was able to advance to third base.
Yeah, Cole plays such a deep right field that it's an easy call for Mike Gallego, the third base coach, to send in Reddick. So that leadoff walk to start the inning to Reddick comes back to haunt. Here's Jaso. 1 ball, no strikes. Richards thought he had that one. Jaso struck out swinging in the first inning. Still nobody out here. Chopper over to Albert. It's only plays to first, and he'll tag out Jaso. The run scores. We're tied at 2. Jaso picks up his third RBI.
That's how important that base running was for Gentry to get to third base. Stop, saw the throw going home, and advances to third and scores on that ground ball.
One out. Sogard now in scoring position. That's Jed Lowry. Hit one sharply to Howie Kendrick in the first inning. 0 for 1. Both teams now even in the hits category with 3. So back to that breaking pitch. One on one. Lowry, fairly patient hitter. He knows the strike zone. A streak of 7 consecutive games with a walk come to an end yesterday, as he went 0 for 4. We saw him swing early to count his first at bat last night.
He made a 1 pitch out.
Fouls this one off the left. Yeah, that's something you're not accustomed to seeing from Jed Lowry. A fantastic year last season. His first with Oakland at .290. 15 home runs, 14 of which came from this side of the plate. Richards trying to keep it a tie ball game. 2 runs here in the third so far. Angels scored their 2 in the first. That one bounced about 2 feet in front of the plate.
Yeah, he overthrew the slider. His curveball's been good. A feel for the slider. Still trying to get that pitch working. Good shot by Chris Ainetta to block this hard slider in the dirt.
Ibar trying to keep Sogard as close as possible to second base. This one's out to left. It's going to be a tough play for J.B. Shuck. That gets down for a hit. Sogard will score. Lowry's on his way to second base. And it's an RBI double in Oakland with a 3-2 lead.
When he went with the pitch, it was up. And most times you see a flare into the outfield, it's going to be an elevated pitch, and that's what that was. As Lowry gets a double. Second double of the season, 6th RBI.
He trades places with Sogard. Richards, first 2 innings, had faced the minimum 3. Retired the side in order the first. Helped out by that throw by Ainetta and play by Freeze. Cespedes tried to advance to third on a ball in the dirt. Faced 3 batters in that second inning, but then inexplicably came out threw 4 pitches out of the strike zone to Josh Reddick. And Donaldson punches one to right, a base hit. Lowry's going to be stopped at third base. The throw is cut off, and they've got Donaldson hung up between first and second.
And that's when you run him back as quick as possible. Well done.
And Donaldson just ran out of gas.
That's a huge break.
(9-3-6-4) goes the put out for 2 outs.
Calhoun charged that one very well. And a good throw. It allows Pujols to be able to cut it off. It initially didn't have a good grip of the baseball, but Donaldson has kept going. Good job as far as running him back and then running it and applying the tag and not let Lowry try to score in the midst of that rundown. Well done by Pujols.
Sorry, Mark. That play happens because Howie Kendrick becomes the trailer on the runner. He runs over to first base and presents that opportunity to Albert. A lot of times the second baseman kind of gets lost and kind of floats in the infield. Howie went right to the bag.
Becomes a spectator.
Yep.
Something we saw a lot of that play in spring training. It's a good strong throw by Calhoun.
Cal even up at a ball and a strike on Moss, who grounded out to Pujols in the second inning. One and two.
Big batter here for Richardson, the Angels. If you get through this, only allowing 3, you're in good position. That play right there by Calhoun, Pujols, Ibar, and Kendrick could end up being a big one.
And a swing and a miss. Iannetta applies the tag. No, he has to throw down to first base. There it is. Completes the strikeout. But Oakland strikes for 3 runs. They do it on 4 hits and leave a man on. We'll head to the bottom of the third. 3-2 Oakland. Albert Pujols and Raul Ibanez, and of course this is Jackie Robinson Day throughout Major League Baseball. Trouty tweeting earlier today, what an honor to play on the day that pays tribute to the man who paved the way for so many.
So true.
Everyone wearing number 42. Trout 1 for 1. He doubled and scored. Also picked up an RBI in that first inning. Looks at a strike. The Angels needing to answer back. They've had some opportunities. The Angels 0 for 4 tonight with men in scoring position. One ball, one strike. Oakland, prior to that third inning that just occurred, have been 0 for 23 with men in scoring position over the last 3 games, but have won all 3 games.
They've pitched so well.
Yep. They're 3 for 5 already. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, that's the danger. When you pitch inside at 88, 89, you better be off the plate like he was. Because if you make a mistake a couple inches off that inside corner, that baseball is going to be crushed.
A strike, and Trout can't believe it. He thought that pitch was down low. As a matter of fact, you saw Jaso almost kind of bring it back up into the zone. 2-2.
See if it did get the bottom part of the strike zone or not. Well, when you have that type of movement as a catcher, usually it's not a strike.
Trout goes down swinging for the first out. Second strikeout for Straley. They'll bring up Albert. That's what he did last night. Third inning at bat. 496th of his career. Albert popped out to Moss, the first baseman in the first. Off the end of the bat, Straley will pick it up. Very easy out, 2 outs, off-speed pitch.
You don't want to let him settle in now.
Which is exactly what happened, as we pointed out, with Chavez last night.
Yeah, it's always good to get those first inning runs, but you have to keep adding on as the game progresses. Good pitchers figure it out, and they start to settle in. The other day against Cologne, they got some early runs against him, but they kept adding on against him.
Rowe looks at a first pitch fastball for a strike. That looked to be a pretty good pitch. Rowe gets the benefit of the doubt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ibanez grounded out. Jet Lowry in the overshift. Off speed, 1-2.
What you see from these Oakland pitchers, they pitch inside very well, but they have very good changeups. 50 pitches thrown for Straley so far in the game with 29 strikes.
Oakland coming into tonight's action with a staff ERA 2.08. Their starters with a 1.89 ERA. Relievers at 2.48. And Ibanez strikes out swinging. A shutdown 1-2-3 inning for Straley. 3 complete, 3-2 Oakland. Want to more can enjoy Angels baseball for as low as $8 per seat. This year, take advantage of the exclusive group hat collection for select series. To book that outing, just call 888-796-HALO or log on at angels.com/groups. Tonight is the Albert Pujols fleece blanket giveaway, and already put to good use.
Yeah, it's getting a little cooler.
Cespedes, Callaspo, and Reddick. It's Garrett Richards, and the first one is outside for ball 1. Cespedes doubled off the wall in right center field in the second inning, so he's 1 for 1. His double is 4th of the season. Broken bat Bouncer to short. One away. Take a look at our Honda upcoming schedule. Angels in the midst of a 2-week stretch with actually 3-week stretch if you ask. The homestand at the end of this. They play one more against the Athletics tomorrow. Then out on the road, 3 with Detroit, 3 against Washington, 3 against the Yankees, then back home on the 28th. Long homestand, Cleveland, Texas, and the Yankees.
Tough stretch. Gonna have to pitch well.
Garrett delivers a strike on Callaspo, who struck out looking in the second on a breaking ball. That is foul, 0-2. Chopper toward the left side. Freeze. No, it's Richards. And they got him.
Wow. Garrett. He's better off letting that ball being played by Freeze. Showing some athletic ability, getting off the mound well.
Yeah. Albert came off.
Albert sold that one well.
Yeah.
Has the foot on the base and gets it off just in time. Well done by Pujols and Richards. Your normal reaction is to go after the baseball. You're better off letting Freeze come in. It's an easier throw for him.
Is that for you as a pitcher? You're going until you hear I got it?
Yeah, especially when sometimes you're thinking he's going to be playing back. So a slow chopper like that, I have to come and make the play on it. If he calls you off, then you get out of the way.
Bouncer back to the mound. Much better inning for Garrett Richards as he bowls that one over to Pujols. That's a good move.
Yeah.
Well, into the bottom of the 4th. Halos down
7-10 split. Made his major league debut on this date back in 1947. Phenomenal player, phenomenal athlete. Could do it all. MVP of the National League, a world champ with the Brooklyn Dodgers. What he did for the game, for this country, remarkable.
4-sport star at UCLA. The first student ever to win varsity letters in 4 sports at UCLA. Howie takes upstairs. Yeah, the interesting thing about that whole, especially with the movie 42 that came out last year, as the story goes about Branch Rickey and the Dodgers, they were looking at, as this one's bounced up the middle, this might be a seeing eye single. Sogard's got it, but an infield base hit. They were looking for an established Negro League player to break the color barrier. And Monty Irvin was that guy. As a matter of fact, they thought at that point, as far as amongst his peers, that Monty should have been the guy. But Monty had served in World War II in the Army for 3 years, got out, and he didn't quite feel ready to get back into baseball. He wanted, if he was going to be the guy, to be at peak performance. That, coupled with the fact that he was at the time playing for the Newark Eagles, they wanted compensation for Irvin. Branch Rickey passed on that, and Jackie Robinson was the man.
Rest is history. I remember my daughter did a report on him, and it was just fun to be able to read and help her with that report and learn so much about him.
Shuck hits into the fielder's choice, and Kendrick's the first down in the fourth, or pardon me, at second base. JB swaps places with Howie, and David Freese will come up now. Monty Irvin's number is retired by the San Francisco Giants, goal number 20. He made his debut 2 years later with the Giants.
It's very interesting. By the way, real surprised that Shuck was swinging early in the count like that. It didn't allow Mike Scioscia to be able to get some kind of action going, especially with Howie at first, and Shuck can handle the bat well. You can have a hit and run.
Freese struck out leading off the second. He's 0 for 1. Sharply hit off the mound, and that is into the outfield. Base hit. Shuck round second. He'll head to third easily. Gentry's throw comes into second base, and David Freese picks up a single.
There you go. That was a much better swing from Freese. You knew at some point he was going to have that swing going where he hits it hard up the middle. He's quiet at the plate. Short through his swing. It's the barrel of the bat and gets it by Lowry at shortstop and into center field, allowing Shuck to go from first to third.
That's one of those swings. And I said off the mound that when you're going bad, you smoke it off the mound. The shortstop makes a diving play.
So true.
That is the worst. But he picks up a clean single.
And it's good to see that smile on his face over first base.
Yep. Here's Chris Iannetta with runners at the corners. 1 out. Chris drew a walk in the second, the only free pass that Straley has issued, to go along with the 3 strikeouts he's picked up. Thought about it. Did he hold up? He did. 1 ball, no strikes. Halo scored twice in the first. Oakland struck for 3 in the third. Breaking ball again. Cut on and miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just 59 pitches for Straley. Threw 21 pitches in the first inning, but has settled down nicely since. One and two.
Well, that's a pretty good pitch to hit in the air and hit it far. A mistake pitch. High in the strike zone. Be surprised if he tries to bounce a breaking ball now. After JB Shuck, you got to see if that ball gets far enough away from Jay. So if he does bounce it, you can score the tying run.
And that is out to left field and hit well. Cespedes is giving chase. He's not going to get there. 1 hopper off the fence. Shuck will score. Freese being waved in, and the Angels are back on top, 4-3.
Well, he was looking to get something up. He got a breaking ball that was elevated, and Chris Iannetta threw with a big RBI double. His 3rd of the season, 5th RBI. Stayed up and out over the plate. And Iannetta using all his strength, especially when the pitch is thrown that slow. 1 hops that 390 sign. But Cespedes drops it. Gary DiSorsino did a good job. He was going down the line, seeing the play develop, and that's when he sent David Freese home, when he saw that Cespedes bobbled that ball, because he knows that arm strength that Cespedes possesses. possesses out in left field. Well done by Gary DiSarcina.
Just the fourth time this year that the Oakland A's have allowed more than 3 runs in a game.
You can see DiSar, he's working his way down. He's waving in. Freeze once he sees that bobble of the baseball by Cespedes in left field. Easily scoring the go-ahead run.
Ibar looks at a breaking ball for a strike. So Iannetta picks up his 5th and 6th runs batted in.
And a base hit with a runner in scoring position. It's good to see that.
Yep. Halos now 2 for 6 in that category tonight. Eric hit a fly ball to left his first time up. This one's sharply hit, but Sogard is there. 2 outs. Iannetta ends up at third base. Back to the top of the order we go with Calhoun at the plate. Calhoun 1 for 2, a single and a fly ball to center. Last at bat, that was in the second inning. They stayed away from him quite a bit. Slow stuff. Cespedes playing very shallow and left. There's that slow stuff again.
Boy, as a hitter, you really try to force yourself to stay back. Whatever timing mechanism you have as a hitter, stay back on that slow breaking ball, slow changeup. You still have time to react on his fastball because it's around 88 to 91.
One ball, one strike.
.65 pitches thrown, 19 back in the second inning, 21 in the first.
Iannetta standing at third base. Now the 1-1. Calhoun swinging a miss. 1-2. Oakland has action in the bullpen. 66 pitches for Straley. Looks like Drew Pomeranz is getting ready. And that is hammered out to right. Forget about it. Go! Big fly for Cole Calhoun, a third of the season, and the Angels extend their lead here in the fourth.
Boy, Cole Calhoun is getting hot. 2 hits in this game. That's 3 consecutive games, multi-hit games for Cole Calhoun. Sound and some distance. Fastball. He talked about reacting on a fastball. Good bat flip, too, from Calhoun. Ball went way out.
That may be it for Straley. Bob Melvin coming out. They had Pomeranz getting ready, and sure enough, Straley knocked out here in the 4th inning. The knockout blow, Cole Calhoun's 3rd of the year. Now with 6 runs batted in, yet another multi-hit game. We're in the 4th still. 6-3 Angels. We're in the fourth inning with 2 outs, and Bob Melvin has gone to the bullpen. Dan Straley done after 3 2/3. There he is, 7 hits, including the home run to Calhoun. 3 strikeouts and a walk.
One of those things for Strelly. He's thrown the ball well this year, but he's had a tough time throughout his career against the Angels. There's always a team or two as a pitcher, no matter how well you're thrown, when you face them, all of a sudden your confidence is not there, and the results are never exactly where you want them.
6 runs allowed by Oakland, tying the most they've given out this year.
Pomerantz has a pretty good fastball himself. He's 90 to 95. Good curveball, occasional changeup.
25-year-old left-hander came over in the deal, part of the deal. The Colorado Rockies that sent Brett Anderson and cash considerations to the Rocks. Got at 8 games last year with the Rocks, 4 starts, 0-4 and a 6.23. Trout takes down and in. Mike a double with an RBI and a run scored in the first, struck out in the third.
I remember when he first was drafted by Cleveland, there was a lot of talk about him being a dominant starter at some point. Hasn't been consistent in the strike zone, though.
This is his 5th game, 1-0 mark, a 2.25 ERA. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks in 4 innings. He's allowed 2 hits. He went to the Rockies in 2011 as part of the Ubaldo Jimenez deal. He's the 5th overall selection by Cleveland in 2010. University of Mississippi. And this one's hit well out toward left center, but playable off the end of the bat. Cespedes was playing back there. It will end the Angels' 4th. The Halo strike for 4, capped off by Calhoun's 2-run shot. 4 in the books. The Angels with a 6-3 lead. Third home run of the season. 3 consecutive multi-hit games for him. Garrett Richards coming off a very easy 4th inning. Will face Gentry, Sogard, and Jaso. This will be the 50th pitch of the game, and it's in there for a strike. Gentry with a single and a run scored in the 3rd inning. That's when Oakland struck for 3 runs. 1-1 now. This one's popped up. Down in his kitchen. Kendrick backpedaling.
That might have been his best fastball right there of the night for Richards.
1 out. Folks, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP.
And why I said that, Victor, because that fastball had some great life at 95, running in on the hands of Gentry, who had a base hit his first at bat. He was looking fastball, got it, but that ball ran in on his hands.
Eric Sogard had a base hit with an RBI and a run scored in the third. Two balls and 1 strike. RBI for Sogard, his first of the year. Ibar comes charging in. Boy, that ball almost ate him up. Pujols kept the foot on the bag. 2 outs.
Boy, Albert's been very good around first base tonight. Tough play for both Ibar and for Pujols on the throw. Tough in-between hop. Barely got a handle on the baseball, but Pujols able to stretch out and keep his foot on the base. The second out of the inning. Well done by Ibar to be able to get through and be able to catch that baseball, but even better by Pujols.
First one's outside to John Jaso, leadoff man and catcher for the A's tonight. Struck out in the first and grounded out to Pujols on a high chopper that brought home a run. Jaso picking up his 3rd RBI.
Well, this is a time if you're Garrett, if you can throw, get back in the count with a breaking ball, it'd be a perfect time because Jaso's looking fastball now.
Stayed away with it though.
That's the pitch we were hoping from Ernesto last night. Stay away. You utilized the bigger part of the yard. Well, just ran back, got too much to the plate against Jaso.
Let's go back and revisit our Hyundai key to the game.
How about that invisible fastball? Hasn't been as consistent in this game for Richards. The fastball he threw to Gentry in this inning, the first batter, very good one. Still trying to get a better feel for his 2-seamer that sinks and his 4-seamer that runs in against the lefties.
Bouncer foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Breaking ball off the plate. That's going to be a tough play if Richards gets rid of it quickly. And they got him.
Wow.
Nice play.
Garrett fielding his position exceptionally well tonight. Got underneath the perfect throw from down under like a middle infielder by trade for Garrett Richards.
Play by Garrett Richards to finish off the 5th inning. That was kind of a do-or-die situation.
Yeah, textbook. He not only knew it was a high chopper, you had to be firm on his throw. He got around the baseball to get himself in better throwing position, threw it sidearm like a middle infielder does when you're turning 2. That's the only way you get him. You have that long throwing motion, you have no chance at first. Well done throughout this game for Garrett Richards as far as fielding his position.
But 3 of them. He had 2 in the 4th, and that one to end the 5th inning, throwing 61 pitches.
And that's always really been a work in progress for him. A much better job, worked hard in spring training. We're still not that far removed from being down in Arizona. You can see the results, a lot of ground balls and fielding his position well.
No, it only feels that way, right? Yeah. Drew Pomeranz back out on the mound. He got the last shot of the 4th inning. He'll face Pujols, Ibanez, and Kendrick here in the 5th. Albert looks at his strike. Pomeranz replacing Straley, who lasted just 3 2/3. Snaps a string. The A's starters have had 3 earned runs or fewer in each of the first 13 games of the year. Albert swings through the fastball 0-2. That was their longest such season opening streak since 1981 when they had a 16-game streak. Norris, Langford, Keogh, McCaddy, and Kingman.
That's when those guys pitched 9 innings every single game, that group. Wasn't Billy Martin their manager at that,
81,
at that time?
Right?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good stretch by A's starters to start this season.
That makes every manager look good. Melvin loving what he's seen out of his pitching staff, starters.
1-2. Albert gets jammed, fouls it off to the right.
And the credit goes to Kurt Young, too. He's done a fabulous job as far as working on pace, throwing strikes, and throwing that all-speed pitch.
Ground ball foul.
Pujols jersey in the stands along with a couple of Trout jerseys.
Heads up to our right. Fouled off to the right. A little battle here between Pujols and Pomeranz.
And the more pitches you see in an at-bat, the more out the pitcher's going to make a mistake at some point. Pujols has been hot of late. 10-game hit streak.
This will be the 9th pitch of the plate appearance. Another 2-2. Ground ball toward the middle, but Sogard was shading him that way. Retires Pujols for the first down. Fans, the Halos take on the Cleveland Indians on April 29th at 7:05, and fans in attendance will receive an Angels backpack, courtesy of Bosch Thermador. How about that?
Yes.
Backpack. You like the backpack,
Yes,
right?
I do.
You're going to carry one on this road trip? Purchase tickets today at the Angels Stadium ticket office or by logging on at angels.com.
Definitely. I'll need that. It's a long road trip. Need that little extra backpack to be able to carry all the gear.
Ibanez 0 for 2, a pop-up. Come back into the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pomeranz never pitched with Cleveland in the big leagues. Got to the Rockies, 4 starts in 2011, 22 starts in 2012. And fastball there for a strike.
What if he can figure out the command of the strike zone? They've got a pretty good find here. 6'5" lefty.
At the start of the year, 115 strikeouts, 70 walks for him in his brief big league career, and still young. That's a called strike 3. 2 outs. There comes Howie. 2 for 2 tonight. A couple of singles and an RBI. First multi-hit game at home for Howie this year. Howie coming to tonight's action here at the Big A. 3 for 27. Which is so odd for him.
Yeah, he usually has great numbers here.
Looks at the strike. Fouls this one off to the right.
Cole Calhoun getting hot. 3 consecutive games, multi-hit games. 2-run home run. Castaneda with a big 2-run double himself.
Little bouncer back to the mound. Lefty has himself a 1-2-3 frame. 5 complete. The Angels maintaining a 6-3 lead. .com or your local dealer today. And head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. Garrett Richards back to work as we begin the 6th on Jackie Robinson Day here at the Big A. 6-3 Angels on top. 2, 3, and 4 for the Athletics. Lowry, Donaldson, Moss. First pitch swinging, and that's line to the alley left center field. Extra base hit for Jed Lowry, his 2nd of the ball game as he strolls in. His 3rd double of the season. Leadoff man on board. That snaps the string of 7 consecutive. Retired by Richardson's. The single by Donaldson in the 3rd.
Remember, Donaldson jumped on a first pitch fastball his last at bat. I'd be surprised if you see Richard throw a curveball here.
And that still is a pivotal play in this game. Just considering that it would have been 1st and 3rd with 1 out in that situation, but Donaldson got hung up between 2nd and 3rd, and then Moss struck out to end the threat.
A very heads-up play by Howie Kendrick. We talked about that after that play was completed. That could have been a turning point of the game.
Breaking ball a little bit high. 1 ball, no strikes. Richards again thought he had that in the strike zone. 63 pitches, 37 have been strikes, 3 strikeouts and 1 walk. A base hit by Lowry, the double, I should say, the 6th of the night for Oakland.
That's a good pitch, smart pitch. Slider after his curveball.
Facing a tough hitter in Donaldson. Came into his own last year at 301, 24 home runs, 93 runs batted in. Strike on the corner. Guy who was a catcher at one time in the Cubs organization out of Auburn University.
Yeah, really struggling to even stay at the major league level. He was in the conversation for a while as far as AL MVP last year.
Picked up in a trade with the Cubs back in 08 along with Sean Gallagher. It was the Rich Harden trade. Harden and Chad Godin going to the Cubs. It's turned out well. They've stuck with them. And we've seen that from Oakland too. They get some players up that they like, they'll stick with them. That's why Derek Barton is still in the organization, still getting the opportunity at the major league level.
Yeah, if you can show you had a quality at bat, see some pitches, and play some good defense, you have a chance to stick around.
Now the 2-2. Just off the plate. Full count.
And his fastball looked like it was just off the corner. Just barely off.
First full count of the game for Garrett. Came right after him.
Good fastball there at 97. 68th pitch of the game for Richards. It's one of those times when Garrett, he's progressing very well with his feel for his breaking pitches. If he felt good with his slider grip right now, this would be a perfect time to throw a slider, especially after that fastball away he just threw.
He goes with that breaking ball. They'll have to throw down to first to complete the strikeout, and they do. 1 down.
Well, you just knew it was going to be difficult for him to make contact on that pitch, especially when you're late on a 97. You have to think in terms of gearing up that bat speed to be able to make contact with 97. Then he felt good about throwing a breaking ball and gets a swing and miss.
One of his better ones tonight. He had been overthrowing some of them earlier.
Best fastball tonight, 97. Slowest pitch, slow curveball, 76. Major differential in the speeds for Richards.
3 infielders on the right side. Kendrick out in shallow right against Moss. He taps this one foul. Moss, another one of those finds for the Oakland A's. He was playing independent ball just a couple of years ago. Got called up 2 seasons ago and in limited action put up monster power numbers. 21 home runs in 84 games. After starting the year at AAA. There's a strike 0-2. Then last year, of course, 30 home runs, 87 runs batted in.
By the way his hands are set up, you would think he would be susceptible to a firm fastball like that inside. As long as it's above the belt. Down and in, not a good spot against him. Above the belt, very good inside.
Another good defender at first base. And a swing and a miss. Hynette applies a tag, 2 outs. Hey folks, Saturday MLB on Fox Sports 1 is back with a doubleheader as Mike Trout and the Halos take on the reigning American League MVP Miguel Cabrera and the Tigers, and then the Diamondbacks square off against Yasiel Puig and the Dodgers. The action starts at 9:30 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Some serious talent on those four teams. Some young talent also.
Cespedes doubled off the wall in the second inning, grounded out in the fourth. Lowry still standing at second base, leadoff double for him. 0-1. Double for Cespedes in that second inning, his fourth. Starting to gain a little more confidence with that breaking ball.
Yeah, he's going more sliders now. He's got a better feel for that one. It's tough to have a feel for both the curveball and your slider during the course of the game. Generally, parts of the game you're going to feel more comfortable with the one, especially with left-handed batters. You're going to throw a curveball. Right-handed batters, you're going to throw more of your slider if you're a right-handed pitcher.
This is out towards center field. Trout coming in, puts it away. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Shuck, Freeze, and Iannetta coming up with the Angels, leading at 6-3.
Nature postpones 4 games back east. A lot of rain, a lot of postponement of games back east. And the Marlins finally win a game. They lost 8 in a row. Did they ever swing the bats today? Including Giancarlo Stanton had 5 RBI, a home run as they beat up the Nationals in Strasburg. They break that losing streak.
Got a little chippy there, as I understand it. J.B. Shuck takes outside. Tends to happen, especially when you're Strasburg. What are you giving up 6 runs? It was in the 4th inning at that point.
Yeah.
2 balls, no strikes.
Well, the Marlins start out, what are they, 5-1 the first 6 games, playing extremely well, and then lose 8 in a row, including 6 in a row on the road. But back home, put up 11 runs.
JB looks at a strike. Chuck 0 for 2. Donaldson creeping in over at third base. JB pulls this one down the line. Terrific play by Moss. We were just talking about it.
If that ball rolls down, you know you have at least a double with Reddick. That's probably where you're going to stop.
Moss showing some very good range. They've had a number of first basemen here for Oakland and platoon and still make good plays. That's right down the line. Alfredo's already waving J.B. Shuck the second, and then Moss. It's a nice play and a good feed to Pomerantz.
Here's David Freese, 1 for 2. Singleton scored in the fourth.
And one thing you notice from Pomerantz, he's pitching exclusively out of the stretch. He started that in spring training. Started by trade. Even if he goes back into the rotation at some point, he has said he will stay and pitch from the stretch, kind of like Darvish does down there with Texas.
Behind the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Speaking of Texas, they shut out the Mariners 5-0 earlier tonight. Kansas City took care of Houston 4-2. White Sox over Boston 2-1. And Toronto over Minnesota 9-3. 4 games postponed. Major League Baseball tonight.
I said you don't mess around with Mother Nature.
That's right.
Remember that commercial?
Baltimore, New York, Detroit, and Philadelphia. As long as it's out of Detroit by the time we get there.
A little bit of snow and flurry action there too in Detroit.
That's over, Ray.
Yeah, it's over now though.
It's gone.
Warm weather, moving in.
3-0 pitch. 3-1. Freese taking the whole way. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 2 left on for the A's. 6 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 2 left on for the Angels. Full count. Oakland initially was charged with an error on Cespedes on the ball that Iannetta hit in the 4th inning, but that has since been changed. Iannetta getting credit for 2 RBIs, not just 1. And Freese chases that pitch off the plate.
We were wondering that because Desar was sending Freese home, so you can't assume that's going to be a perfect throw from Cespedes to get him out.
Hey folks, MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. You can watch every out-of-market game live in True HD on over 400 devices. Not 399, not 401. 400 devices. Just visit angels.com for details.
400?
They're not making any more devices. That's it. They've capped out. It's like they hit the end of the internet. It's over. Iannetta with a walk and a stolen base, also a 2 RBI double and a run scored, so he's 1 for 1. Chris now with 3 doubles all the year, 6 RBIs.
Good count to drive a baseball now. You're thinking extra base hit with 2 outs, no one on. Good hitters count.
He's behind on all 3 batters, but Shuck, a roller down the first base line. Moss made a great play on and fell behind 3-0 on Freese before striking him out. Ibar on deck. There's a 4-pitch walk. First base runner Pomerantz had is coming in with 2 outs in the 4th. Eric tonight 0 for 2. A fly ball to left and a ground ball to second. As Kurt Young gets on that phone. Some scrambling going on in the Athletics bullpen. Bear with us as they're all wearing number 42 in honor of Jackie Robinson. Eric still looking for that first hit from the right side of the plate this year. Pops this one up. Jed Lowry makes the grab, and we'll head to the 7th here at the Big A with the Angels on top 6-3.
Presented by Ram Trucks. Textbook as far as defense here. This throw from Calhoun. Howie Kendrick sneaks behind Donaldson. Cuts off by Pujols. A rundown preventing Lowry from scoring. Could be a huge play in this game as we look back on it. Now the Angels with the lead. At that point, the A's were up 3-2. Could have been first, third, and said, and outmade, and then Richards got through the inning. Well done by Howie, though, being in that position.
Garrett Richards back to work. He'll face Kayaspo, Reddick, and Gentry here in the 7th. .76 pitches by the big right-hander. 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. Ryan Cook continued to loosen in the A's pen. 2 balls and no strikes. Kayaspo struck out looking in the second and a bouncer back to the mound in the 4th. Lifted out to left. J.B. Shuck comes racing in. F7 in your scorebook. There's out number 1.
Right fielder Josh Reddick.
So that'll bring up Reddick. It was Reddick who led off the 3rd inning. He drew a 4-pitch walk. It kind of started the unraveling for Richards in that 3rd inning. 3 runs came across and Oakland took a 3-2 lead, but the Angels struck for 4 runs in the 4th. Two balls and no strikes. Reddick with that walk and a run scored and a bouncer back to the mound. That was in the 4th inning with a dribbler.
6 straight balls out of his zone against Reddick from Richards. Try a fastball in the outer part of the plate, keep it down, utilize that big part of the field.
And he walked him again. The only 2 walks issued by Richards, and Reddick has them. That'll bring up Gentry. Side now, talking things over. Tomorrow we wrap up this 3-game set between these 2 ball clubs. Tyler Skaggs on the hill going up against Tommy Malone.
Saugus High School up in Santa Clarita versus Santa Monica High School. Tyler Skaggs. Tyler's done a very good job utilizing his 2-seam fastball, now his curveball, and it changes speeds on his curveball. Threw a very good slider his last time out.
Gentry 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the 3rd and popped out his last time up. Lower back strain. Kept him out of pretty much all of spring training. Just recently off the disabled list. Two for 7 to start the season now. Former Texas Ranger. Off-season trade with Texas. 0-1 now. Upstairs. A long hold for Richards. This is back up the middle, and Ibar can't get it. It's a base hit. So almost an identical situation from what we saw in the 3rd inning. This time with 1 out. 1st and 2nd. And now Sogard coming up.
And that's 2 times Gentry's got base hits on fastballs from Richards that were straightened up in the strike zone. It's one of those times where you look at pitch count and you say that's very reasonable at 86, but it's been a battle for Richards. So sometimes you can throw 110, 120 pitches and don't feel taxed. But for the most part, Richards the feel for certain pitches haven't been there for him.
Reddick at second, Gentry at first. Sogard at the plate. He's 1 for 2. Single home run back in the third inning. And this is a base hit to right field. Deja vu all over again. The throw is coming home. Pujols cuts it off. Tag Sogard. They got him.
Wow. 2 times in one game. Pujols. What a job. Huge play. Another outfield assist for Calhoun. Well, he got himself in very good throwing position. And Albert sees out of the corner of his eye that wide turn by Sogard, applies the tag and gets it all important. Second out here. See the tag being applied before the hand got to the base. Good call at first.
6-4 now. Angels on top. Jaso looks at a slow breaking ball for a strike. Sogard with his second RBI. Gentry over at third base. Jaso tonight 0 for 3. This gets away from Ionetta. It'll bring in a run. Now it's a 1-run lead, 6-5.
That was a swing. No. See if he did swing at this pitch here. Well, there's a serious movement on that pitch. He's able to hold up on the swing, gets away from Ionetta. Second wild pitch of the season for Richards.
Again, second straight time, a walk to Josh Reddick, who's 4 for 41 of the season, starting a rally. Breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike. The Angels starting to get action in their bullpen now. Michael Kahn, first man up. A 3-run cushion is now a 1-run lead. Jaso, little dribbler on the first base side. Richards will field it, take it himself. The inning comes to an end, but Oakland strikes for 2. They do it on a couple of hits. 7th inning stretch time, and it's 6-5 Angels.
Getting hot, got a fastball, middle part of the plate. drives it out the right center field. A 2-run home run, giving his 3rd of the season. Another multi-hit game for Calhoun. Also, 2 outfield assists for Calhoun in this game so far.
6-5. Halos on top as we begin this bottom of the 7th inning. Top of the order. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Drew Pomeranz is back out on the mound. He's gone 2 1/3 so far. 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. The walk, the only base runner the Angels have had.
Figure he's only in there for Calhoun, and then Bob Melvin go down to the bullpen.
Right. Cook had been loosening, so he's ready to go. One ball, no strikes. Cole 2 for 3 tonight. Single, 2-run home run, fly ball to center. Eight hits for Oakland, 7 for the Angels. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, unless this fastball is right down the heart of the plate, if you're Calhoun, you're taking a pitch here. You need to get on base. You got to add on here late.
38 pitches thrown by the left-hander. 20 strikes, 18 balls. 2-1. Breaking ball around the plate. 3-1. Trout on deck. Double home run in the 1st inning. That's hit out towards center field. Gentry moving over. 1 out. Here comes Bob Melvin. That's going to be it for Drew Pomeranz. With Ryan Cook ready to go in the bullpen. The USC product's going to come in to face Mike Trout with 1 out here the 7th. The Angels up by a run. And by AT&T Uverse TV. Check availability at 1-800-PICK-ATT. Rethink possible. Bottom of the 7th here at the big game with 1 out. The Angels leading the Oakland A's 6-5. That is Lou Wolf, the owner and managing partner of the Oakland Athletics, now in his 10th season. Good to see him here at the ballpark right behind the Oakland A's dugout.
Real proud of what he's done, especially on a limited budget.
Yep.
And still not able to get to the stadium, which he wants.
Yeah. Wasn't there a committee formed at one point to study the feasibility of building a stadium?
I think that committee has been still debating that issue longer than the U.S. was involved in World War II.
Yeah, it's been a while. But he's done he's been positive. His team has responded.
Brian Cook, 2 hitless innings in 2 games this year. Just off the disabled list. Facing Mike Trout, who's 1 for 3.
Good fastball, 90-95. Very good hard slider. Occasional changeup.
Cook had right shoulder tendonitis. Suffered through that spring training, towards the end of spring training. Bothered him throughout. Did not pitch in a major league spring training game. No balls and 2 strikes. Pomeranz, by the way, 2 2/3, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. And Trout strikes out swinging. 2 outs. Here it is.
Challenge him. First pitch was a slider, then back-to-back fastballs. One went on the inner half of the plate with good velocity behind it.
Albert 0 for 3. Down in the dirt, may have gotten a piece of J-So. 1 ball, no strikes. Albert in the midst of a 10-game hitting streak. It's turned out to be a very cool night. Good thing the blankets were given out. Pujols fleece blankets. Went around. 1-1.
It's a sharp slider.
Yeah.
At one point has closed for the Oakland A's. And that blanket definitely needed tonight.
They wanted to peel. Went around 1-2. Cook picked up, I should say, 14 saves in 12. 6-2 mark that year. Last year, 71 games, had 2 saves. ERA of 2.54. Originally in the Diamondback system. Came over to the A's with Jared Parker and Colin Cowgill in the Trevor Cahill deal.
Well, Cahill has struggled with the Diamondbacks, especially this season. I thought he was going to be a big addition for the Diamondbacks rotation. That good hard sinking fastball, but hasn't been there for him yet.
Yeah, that Diamondback staff is struggling big time to start.
They lose their top gun and Patrick Corbin with an elbow issue to start the season.
This one's out to center field, chasing Gentry back, still moving back, and he will make the catch and bang into the wall. Albert gave it a ride, and remember, Gentry had that lower back strain. Jogging in gingerly. We're through 7. Halo's still on top.
there as he banged into the fence. It appears to be all right. Joe Smith comes in, pitched the 8th inning after Richards went 7th tonight, giving up 5 runs on 8 hits. Joe last night pitched a scoreless 8th inning. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 for Oakland. Lowry, Donaldson, and Moss. Jed Lowry tonight 2 for 3, a couple of doubles and an RBI. Lowry faced Smith last night. Hit that ball to Pujols. Started that 3-6-3 double play. Terrific play by Albert.
Boy, Albert's done some very good things at first base tonight.
Shoots this one foul and out of play. So the count remains at 1-2. Angels struck for 2 in the first. Oakland with 3 in the third. Halos retook the lead in the 4th inning with 4 runs. Leading at 6-3 with 1 out in the 7th inning. A walk and back-to-back hits. A wild pitch. It became a 1-run game. Boy, it looked like he went around. He did not. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, the pitch fooled him. His body was moving out of the way, but the bat still was getting close to crossing the plate. Looked like he was able to hold up.
Full count. Leadoff man. (3-2), and that is just down low. Leadoff walk. Take a look at our in-game box score for tonight. 7 hits against the Oakland A's, knocking Dan Straley out of the game in the 4th inning. This is Oakland's in-game box score. Lowry, Gentry, Sogard, each with multi-hit game. They have a total of 8 hits tonight.
Bottom part of the order for Oakland tonight, very effective. And Reddick with a couple of walks and 2 runs scored.
All 5 of the runs have been scored by the bottom third of the order. Donaldson tapping it foul. A's third baseman 1 for 3. A single back in the third.
Joe Smith is very good as far as getting ground ball double plays. You can use one here with Donaldson up at the plate.
7th game that Joe has pitched in. 6 innings, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, and that walk to Lowry, the first one he's issued this year. 2 balls and a strike. Freeze toward the line at third base. This is past Freeze and into left field. So the first 2 have reached. Nobody out, and Brandon Moss coming to the plate. Iannetta out to the mound to talk things over. Moss tonight 0 for 3. A ground out and a couple of strikeouts. Five punch outs for Richards tonight as Moss fouls that one off his foot.
All three infielders on the right side of the infield. Fastball off the leg. Off the shin area where he has that protection.
Oh, it looked like he missed the right above it, right? Regardless.
Now you're hoping for a ground ball and an infielder.
The 1 pitch. This is pulled to Albert, and it goes off his body and goes into foul territory. This game is tied up. So the leadoff walk yet again comes back to haunt. 6-6 tied, still nobody out. Last night Ernesto Frieri gave it up. Tonight Joe Smith.
This ball was scalded and a tricky hop on Pujols. That ball came up and hit him in his hand, his bare hand.
Moss gets credit for a single and an RBI. The Angels bullpen again continuing to struggle. Michael Kahn is the right-hander, Jose Alvarez the lefty. Alvarez pitched last night. And now Cespedes at the plate. Slider is outside. Cespedes tonight doubled back in the second inning. He's grounded out and hit a fly ball to center. Donaldson the base runner in third. Moss at first. Angels playing their infield halfway. 2-0. Callaspo is on deck. A leadoff walk to Jed Lowry. The single to Donaldson as Smith fell behind on him at 2 balls and a strike. And then Moss with the rocket off the body of Albert Pujols.
And Cespedes will be swinging here 3-0.
And he walked him. So they're loaded up now for Callaspo with nobody out. So Smith had come into tonight's game having not issued a walk. That's the second one of this inning. Alberto 0 for 3. A's DH struck out, a bouncer back to the mound and a fly ball to left. All 3 of those plate appearances from the left side, which he has hit, at least coming into tonight's action, 423 so far against the A's. Infield is in. The first one down low. Very uncharacteristic of Joe Smith, falling behind hitters.
Yeah, always ahead of the count with good sink on the fastball. Ideally, you want that play at the plate here on a ground ball.
2-0. Shuck very shallow and left. Donaldson at third, Moss at second, Cespedes at first. 1 run in. Now the 2-0. This is yanked into right field, a base hit. 1 run is in. Moss gets stopped there. And Oakland is on top. 7-6 A's with nobody out here in the 8th and still batting. And that's going to be it for Joe Smith. So Alberto Callaspo, as I mentioned, having had a very good start to the season, picks up his 5th RBI. As Joe Smith just did not have it at all tonight. So a pitching change here in the 8th. Oakland has scored twice, looking for more. They lead it 7-6. And by SoCal Toyota. Check out the new Fun to Drive 2014 Camry at your Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. 2 runs in for the Athletics here in the 8th inning. Joe Smith faced 5 batters, did not retire one of them. He departs with the bases loaded, nobody out, and it's Jose Alvarez on relief. And they're going to pinch hit for Josh Reddick. Derek Norris, the catcher, is going to bat in this spot. Reddick finishes the game going 0 for 1 with 2 big walks and 2 runs scored. Alvarez made his Angels debut last night, 2/3 of an inning. He has Moss standing at third base, Cespedes at second, Callaspo at first. Derek Norris hitting .240, has a couple of home runs, 4 runs batted in. He was behind the plate last night, ended up going 0 for 3. Interesting, you go to the left-hander here to face Reddick, who has been struggling all season, whether it was a righty or a lefty. He had Kahn ready to go in the pen. Force the hand of Melvin. That's a base hit up the middle. Cespedes will come in to score. 9-6 Oakland. Mike Scioscia coming back out, and now that the damage is done, looks like Michael Kahn's going to come into the game. 9-6. Athletics lead it. Derek Norris, he's done for the night. Michael Kahn comes into the ballgame. He'll be facing Craig Gentry with runners at first and second, and still nobody out. 4 runs charged so far to Smith. He's responsible for Callaspo standing at second base. 7th game for Kahn. 1-0 record, a 3.18 ERA, 5 2/3 innings, 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, 4 walks.
Gotta be aware of a bunt here with Gentry up.
Great speed.
Oakland looking for more runs at this point.
All 4 of the Oakland A's batters that have walked in tonight's game have come around to score. 1 ball, no strikes. Gentry 2 for 3, couple of singles right back up the middle. He's also popped out. Wants a 6-3 lead going into the 7th inning. A 1-out walk to Reddick started it for Oakland as they scored twice in that inning to draw within 1. And then Joe Smith tonight in the 8th inning command the issue. Walked his first 2 batters and allowed 3 hits. 2-1. At the end of the day, the bullpen not putting up zeros. Flip side of that is Oakland touched on it. Oakland's put up zeros. Angels scored 4 runs in the 4th, and you see goose eggs in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Pomeranz and Cook putting up those zeros. Now 3-1.
Well, you got to keep this at a 3-run deficit now, especially what you mentioned, that bullpen for Oakland.
Eric Sogard on deck. A couple of hits for him tonight. He's also picked up 2 runs batted in. 12 hits for the Athletics. Now the 3-1. Strike, full count. Payoff on the way, and he walked him. Nowhere near the strike zone. That's the 3rd walk of the inning, and they're loaded back up now for Sogard.
And Sogard has had a solid game again against the Angels. 2 hits, 2 RBI.
His first 2 runs batted in. Took something off, and he drops it for a strike.
You need that double play right home to first right here.
Angels playing their infield in. We go back-to-back off-speed pitches. That's Callaspo standing at 3rd. RBI single for him. Derek Norris, 2 RBI pinch hit single for him. Gentry with a walk, standing at 1st. That might be the first batter that the Angels have been ahead of in this inning.
Now an opportunity to get a big strikeout.
Maybe Brandon Moss. Eventually had an RBI single off the body of Pujols. Check swing foul. 9 runs, 12 hits, and 2 left on for the A's. Looking for more here in the 8th. 6 runs, 7 hits, 3 left on for the Angels. Angels in the bottom of the 8th inning have Ibanez, Kendrick, and Shuck due up. Nobody warming up for Oakland, so Ryan Cook coming back out. He got the last 2 outs of the 7th, striking out Trout and getting Pujols hit a fly ball to deep center. This one over to short. Ibar comes charging in, fires home. They get the force out there. There's the out. And Callaspo clipping the heel of Iannetta.
And Iannetta wasn't real happy about that one.
Not sure they would have gotten Sogard at first. But they do get the out of the plate, 1 down.
Yeah, it's a slow roller. No way you're going to be able to turn 2. The slide, he's close enough to the plate, you can do that. We saw Raul Ibanez do that the other day to prevent a double play.
Clean play. Here's the top of the order, John Jaso. Bases still loaded, 1 out. Infield back at double play depth. Jaso 0 for 4. Picked up an RBI to third. Almost hit him. 2 balls, no strikes. A's having batted around now with Jaso at the plate. Lowry on deck. He started this inning off with a walk against Smith. This one's lifted out to shallow left field. Shuck comes in. 2 outs.
Now, if you're Michael Kahn, you got to refocus. You got those 2 outs. You got to make sure you keep that focus to finish off this inning without any more damage. You're not through the inning yet. Keep focused.
It'll be Lowry at the plate. 2 for 3 with a couple of doubles, a walk, an RBI, and a run scored. Good off-speed pitch. What a night in which the Angels snapped the string by the Oakland A's, limiting the starters anyways. Limiting the offense of the opposition to 3 runs or less. The first 13 games to start the year. The Angels unable to make it hold up. Down by 3 here in the 8th. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Really long look in by Kahn. Now once I had to run through the signs again. 16 pitches thrown by Michael. 8 balls, 8 strikes. Two and 1.
Yeah, you don't want to overthrow the fastball. You got to make sure you limit the damage here. Get through this inning. You've done your job if you get Lowry out. A tough out here, though.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Lowry fouls it back. Even up now at 2-2. Crooked numbers for the A's. 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 7th, 4 so far here in the 8th. Angels with 2 in the 1st and 4 in the 4th. Both starters with the no decisions tonight. Richards 7 innings, 5 runs, all earned on 8 hits. Straley 3 2/3. He got charged with 6 runs, all earned, 7 hits, including the home run to Calhoun. Donaldson on deck. This one's fouled
back to the left. Stick around after the last out. Patrick O'Neill and Jose Mota will break it all down for you. The Angels Live post game presented by your SoCal Mazda dealers. Plenty to break down in this one.
There'll be a lot more. He's got a lot more at bats here. Got to keep it close now, though, on this pitch.
Well, again, Kahn and Inetta unable to get on the same page. Full count. So Inetta wanted the breaking ball. Kahn wanted the fastball. Now no place to put him. The runners are going to get a head start here with a full count at 2 outs. Now the 3-2. Foul back.
Well, he went 3-2 changeup. A good changeup, too.
Fernando Salas getting ready in the Angels pen. Going back to that changeup.
He has a good feel for the pitch. Lowry's been well out in front of the pitch.
Breaking ball this time. Foul back and out of play. Another good pitch. There's Josh Donaldson. Kahn trying to get the Angels back in the dugout. Down by 3. Now the 3-2. A swing and a miss, and he does so.
That's a great job by Michael Kahn to be able to finish off that inning, limit the damage. Punch out against Lowry.
As Rolo Banjas is ready to lead things off. The Halos here in the bottom of the 8th. In-game box score for the Angels. Multi-hit game for Cole Calhoun for the 3rd straight. Howie Kendrick with his first multi-hit game at home.
Cincinnati, couple walks, 2-run double. Hit from the number 8 spot.
Banjas Kendrick gets shut for the Halos here in the 8th inning.
Cook back out there in a long half inning to wait around, especially dealing with some arm issues in spring training. Didn't pitch a whole lot. Need to capitalize early. See if he can make a mistake up in the strike zone.
Derek Norris stays in the game. He had the pinch hit 2 RBIs single. He's behind the plate. A couple of other defensive changes too for the Oakland A's. Derek Barton takes over at first base. Brandon Moss moves out to right field. And then Norris, as I mentioned, is behind the plate. 2 balls and no strikes.
Right on cue. The first 2 pitches well out of the strike zone. Cook sitting around a long time on that bench.
Ibanez 0 for 3 tonight with a ground down, a couple of strikeouts. That was a strike. Get into the overshift. Zogar throws down Ibanez, 1 out. That'll bring up Howie. Kendrick, a 2 for 3 game, picked up an RBI, his 6th back in the 1st inning. The Angels have had 1 base runner since the Calhoun home run in the 4th inning. That was a walk to Chris Inett in the 6th. A 2-0 count. On a night, too, that Oakland A's pitchers not necessarily throwing first pitch strikes,
which is
getting
unusual.
Back in the count.
Very unusual for them.
Three-0. Four-pitch walk puts a man on. Here comes Shuck, the left fielder. 0 for 3. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Scored a run. Bob Melvin coming out. He's going to go to the bullpen now. So Cook is done. Dan Otero is coming into the ball game. A pitching change here in the 8th. 9-6 Oakland on top. Bob Melvin going to the bullpen, bringing in Dan Otero, the right-hander. 29-year-old Florida native comes in to face J.B. Shuck. Otero so far this season has pitched in 4 games, 2-0 record, a 1.50 ERA.
Fastball, good sink action to it, 88 to 93. Slider, curveball, and solid changeup.
Otero got into 33 games last year with Oakland. His first season in the A's system, 2-0 and a 1.38 ERA. In their first strike. Otero claimed off waivers by the A's last year. Previous season in the Giant system. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Your goal as a hitter against Otero, if you're Shuck, is try to bring the fastball up. That fastball is good sinking action. He starts it at the knees. It does not end in the strike zone.
That one caught the corner. 1-2.
And he catches lower part of the strike zone, according to our Fox tracks. A 90-mile-an-hour sinker.
Ground ball, foul, just behind Alfredo Griffin. So we'll do it again at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Derek Martin holding on. Howie Kendrick. David Freese on deck. Looks like Salas will be pitching the 9th. JB shoots one back up the middle of base hit. Boy, he went down and got that one.
That's a pretty good pitch. This is better hitting.
How do you not just chop that straight down into the ground?
It's amazing how he was able to swing and hit that, the balance going forward, but kept his hands back in the zone to be able to shoot that one up the middle on the line.
So 2 outs, or pardon me, 2 on and 1 out. David Freese at the plate. Freese 1 for 3, a single and a couple of strikeouts.
He ran the 2-seamer off the plate in on Freese first pitch.
Oh, 2. David fooled on the breaking ball.
That was all set up because of the fastball in the first pitch.
Kendrick at second, Shuck at first. Ball and 2 strikes. Base hit by Shuck, the 8th hit for the Angels tonight.
Boy, a lot of room out in left center field for Freese if he gets something on the inner half.
This one's looped out to shallow center. That's going to get down for a hit and will bring in a run. Kendrick will score. Second hit of the night for David Freese, and it's 9-7 Oakland.
We got Ian Stewart. Looks like he's going to come up to pinch hit for Chris Iannetta. Freese behind in the count. Just fought that one off. Base hit in the center. Well, he ran that fastball and did a nice job as far as getting his hands inside the baseball.
4th RBI of the year for David. Oakland starting to get action going in their bullpen. Kurt Young talking things over here. Sean Doolittle getting ready.
The pinch runner now for Freeze also.
Let's call it Cowgill over at first base.
Lefty's hitting .385 against Otero.
So Stewart will step up. So far on the season, 3 for 15. As a double, a triple, a home run, and 3 runs batted in. Homered in his start on Sunday. Chris Inetta finishes the game going 1 for 1, a 2 RBI double and 2 walks. Shuck at second, good speed. Cowgill at first, also with good speed. Time was called as the home plate umpire Chris Segal. That's the Rosenbag move, the old Mark Gubicza trick.
Yes, it is. That distraction.
It's a good try.
From that angle he throws at.
Fouled off to the left, 0-2. Stewart this year is a pinch hitter, 0 for 1. Looking to high school product. Over first round pick of the Rockies. Signing a minor league deal with the Angels in the offseason, making the team out of spring training. Taylors have gotten one of those runs back. Oakland put on the board at the top of the inning. Ibar on deck. And he got him with the off-speed pitch. 2 down.
That's a real good changeup. Stewart gearing up for a fastball. Instead, got a changeup. Straight down. Great location, that pitch.
So here's Ibar with 2 outs and 2 on. 0 for 3. Fly to left, a ground ball to second, and a pop up to short. One ball, no strikes, and what this inning has done at the very least is it allowed the top of the order an opportunity to bat in the 9th inning. Should we get there? You never know. Ibar can go deep right here.
Be nice. He can do it down that line.
2 balls, no strikes.
This is certainly in a good hitter's count now.
He tried. 2 balls, 1 strike. A lot of movement on those pitches from Otero.
Yeah, he's got a good sink on it. Very difficult to hit a home run. You almost have to think in terms of an extra base hit to be able to score Cowgill from first to tie it up.
Chespin is very shallow and left. This one's flipped foul into the seats. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cole Calhoun on deck. Frieri has gotten up and is loosening as well, but if the score holds, figure to be Salas in the 9th inning. Called strike 3. Down goes Ibar. Otero strikes out the last 2 to get out of it. The Angels do get a run. It's 9-7 Oakland. Live on Fox Sports Go. Top of the ninth inning here at the Big A, 9-7. Oakland on top. The Angels have turned the ball over to right-hander Fernando Salas, who takes over for Michael Kahn. Went 1 inning, 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Salas has struggled here to start the season as a member of the Angels. No record of .476 ERA. This will be his 7th game. 5 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 8 strikeouts, and 4 walks. And he's a couple of new defenders. Ian Stewart, who pinch hit in the 8th inning, stays in the game. He's over at third base. And Hank Conger is the new catcher. There's Hank. Donaldson, Moss, and Cespedes for the Athletics here in the 9th inning. Donaldson tonight 2 for 4. A couple of singles and a run scored, now with a 9-game hitting streak. 12 hits tonight for the A's. The Angels have managed 9. This one's lifted in the air on the first base side. Pujols backing out. Is under foul territory, 1 out.
Well, that baseball was up there a long time.
Yeah, it was. I know that via social media earlier today I was asked a couple of times about an update on Don Baylor, and so asked Tim Meade to check in with the Baylors, and got a message back from Becky, Don's wife, and it reads absolutely everything's going well. First rehab yesterday went great. Don is very glad to get started. Stitches came out today and all surgery indicators are excellent. Now just a matter of continuing the rehab 3 times a week. He's really missing being there, especially on a day like today in the honor of Jackie Robinson. But he gets strength from so much support and well wishes from Angels fans and family. So to Becky, to Don, thank you so much for the update. Don, hope you continue to get better and better, and we hope to see you soon.
Yeah, we miss you here.
One ball, 1 strike on Brandon Moss. One ball, 2 strikes. The Angels in the bottom of the 9th inning have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. Looks like Sean Doolittle, lefty, getting ready in the pen.
You would think at least for Doolittle face Calhoun. You wonder if Bob Melvin will think in terms of Gregerson for the righties. Trout and Pujols.
He has been mixing and matching since Jim Johnson was taken out of that closer's role. Full count. Cespedes on deck. Now the payoff. This is ripped, and Howie Kendrick out of shallow right field. Plays a short hop, throws out. Boss 2 down.
Talk about perfect positioning. And the shift on, and Howie right there. Prevent a base hit from Moss. 1 hop line drive, and then throws him out at first.
2 outs, nobody on, and Cespedes at the plate. A 1 for 3 game. The A's left fielder that won a double back in the 2nd. Walked and scored in that 4-run 8th inning. Joe Smith faced 5 batters. He was charged with those 4 runs, 3 hits, 2 walks. Just not his night. Count evened up now. Only a couple of other games still going on in Major League Baseball. San Diego trailing the Rockies at Petco 3-2. That game's in the 8th. Dodgers are taking on the Giants up at San Fran. That game's in the 8th inning. 2-1 Dodgers. Here 9-7 Oakland. 1-2.
Trying to paint a fastball away here.
Ran back in. Count remains at 1-2.
Back outside again.
And he got him looking. A 1-2-3 inning for Salas. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols down by 2. Leads it. New pitcher on for the Athletics. Left-hander Sean Doolittle taking over for Dan Otero, who went 2/3 of an inning. Struck out 2 after allowing 2 hits. Doolittle 7 games. No record, a 1.17 ERA. Has 1 save. Terrific fastball. He has 8 strikeouts, no walks, 5 hits allowed in 7 2/3 so far this season. The save that he picked up on Sunday, his first of the year, is his 4th of his career. Pitching 70 games last year, 5-5, 2 saves, and a 3.13 ERA.
Doolittle fastball, good fastball, relatively straight one though, at 91 to 96. Slider, hard slider, occasional changeup, but you're going to see a lot of fastballs from Doolittle.
Doolittle has made the conversion from first baseman / designated hitter to big league lefty out of the pen with good stuff. Calhoun 2 for 4 tonight. Single in the first, 2-run home run in the 4th. This is the breaking ball, first pitch. Doolittle, the 4th reliever, used by Bob Melvin. Pomeranz, Cook, Otero, now Doolittle. Straley got the start. 3 2/3. Angels also using 4 relievers behind Richards. 2 balls and no strikes. Last batter that drew Pomeranz's face was Cole Calhoun in the 7th. So pulled line down to center field. And Ryan Cook was brought into the game. 2-1. Three and one now.
Trying to get a base runner on for Trout. Tie it up with one swing and Pujols behind him.
Now the 3-1. Cole takes a strike. Full count. Chris Segal with the call. Second major league game for Segal. He was at first base last night. AAA umpire. First time behind the plate in a big league game. He's done a heck of a job.
He's been pretty consistent.
3-2's fouled off to the left. Back in the fourth. Calhoun hit his third of the year.
Boy, was he able to cover that fastball? His second hit of the game. 3 straight games, multi-hit games for Calhoun.
That was the last batter that Straley faced. Trying to get on base somehow. Another payoff pitch. Fouled back. 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Some pretty good fuzz from the left side.
Especially when you're a left-handed batter against that. But again, it's a relatively straight four-seam fastball.
Calhoun hits one out to the alley in left center field. Giving chases. Gentry can't get there. It goes all the way to the wall. Cespedes backing up. Calhoun will stop at second. It's a leadoff double. A 3-hit game for Cole.
First of the season for Cole Calhoun. That's the way you get it started in the ninth. Fastball down. Outside part of the plate, but what a good swing from Calhoun to go the other way. And because they're off a left-handed bat, it's going to tail away from Gentry. He's unable to make the play, and he generally has a lot of coverage in the outfield.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's a little timid there in diving because of that lower back strain that he had in spring training.
And almost looked like he saw out of the corner of his eye Cespedes fairly close by, too.
So leadoff man in scoring position. Trout takes upstairs 1-0. Trout 1 for 4. RBI double in the first inning. A couple of strikeouts and a fly ball to left since.
Boy, that's a pretty good pitch. The drive for Trout. I think he liked that pitch again. That's the pitch we've seen drive out of the ballpark this season. The inner half and down to the knees.
Having to skip out of the way of that one. Hard breaking pitch. Nice dig by Norris.
Especially coming in late in the game. He's looking for a backdoor slider instead. Well out of the strike zone. And in the dirt.
2-1 pitch. That is skied out to left center field. A towering shot. Cespedes at the wall. Gone! Big fly for Mike Trout. Ties this game up.
some fun in the dugout right there for Trout. He got that exact same pitch, and this time he drives it out. First home run, not in the first inning for Trout. 5th home run of the season, and it was covered.
Here's Albert. 1 ball, no strikes. A 9-9 game as the Angels score a run in the 8th, 2 so far here in the 9th, and nobody out. Albert trying to finish this one off. 1 ball, 1 strike. That hit by Trout, the home run by Trout. His first hit this season with a man in scoring position.
When he got that ball down on the inner half. The foot landing just as he's making contact. That great stride he has.
Pujols 0 for 4 tonight. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Similar count that Trout hit the ball out against Doolittle. 2-1 count. Boy, these two teams play some great games.
Two balls, 1 strike. Ibanez on deck. The pitch. Albert pulls it foul.
As a pitcher, you know when you throw a ball, you know you're not hitting your spot. And with a guy like Pujols with 496 career home runs, as soon as you release that baseball in that area where you're throwing, you know you're hoping and praying that he pulls it foul, and that's what he did.
This one fouled back.
And that was a pretty good pitch. It was a good job by Pujols just to stay alive in his at-bat. But what a job Cole Calhoun getting that fastball down and away and doubling it to left center field. 3-hit performance for Calhoun.
Albert hits one out to center. And it's playable for Gentry as he comes in. 1 out. Cole Calhoun started it with a double. Trout tying it up right there.
When you have to crush the ball, it's cool right now here at night. The Big A ties it up. Big fly for Trout. And Ibanez up here now. So good at this point of the game.
Ibanez 0 for 4. A couple of ground outs, a couple of strikeouts. And he swings and hits one out to right field. But it's playable for Moss. Just off the end of the bat. 2 down. Here comes Howie. Looks like Frieri will be coming on if this game goes extras. Howie fouling off the first one. Kendrick, a couple of singles. A bouncer back to the mound and a walk. He's also scored a run. Picked up an RBI. Pulled over to third. Donaldson knocks it down, gets away from him. Kendrick will reach. There's an error on Donaldson, his second of the year.
Boy, a rocket-rated Donaldson tried to stay down, unable to field it cleanly. Wise decision not throwing the baseball or getting up to try to do so with Howie running down the line.
Davey Shuck 1 for 4. Singled his last time up. Chuck fouls it off. Boy, a lot of comfortable swings against Sean Doolittle.
He said good fastball is firm, but it's a relatively straight fastball.
This one lifted in the air, third base side, tailing toward the dugout area, and Donaldson runs out of the room. And hard into that railing.
Yeah, he thought he had a little more room. He's going to try to reach out, but then all of a sudden he ran right into that railing. A lot of heart by the Angels offense coming back last 2 innings. The 8th inning, get that big run and gave the top of the order an opportunity to get up in this inning, and then 2 runs. By that man right there, 2-run home run. Mike Trout, 5 home runs on the season.
This one fouled back our way. Kendrick was on the move. Now remains at 0-2. And Conger on deck. 0-2 now. That's a called strike 3. And we'll head to the 10th, courtesy of Mike Trout. 2-run home run after Calhoun led off the 9th with a double. Trout's 5th of the year. Went to the 10th inning, tied at 9. Off the inning with a double.
Yeah, he did have a nice job as far as getting on base, putting pressure on Doolittle, and then Mike Trout made Doolittle pay for falling behind against him. 2 fastballs in the inner half and down, and this time Trout did not miss it. Out in center field, 2-run home run.
3rd extra inning game for the Angels.
Gary DiSarcina may have to ice that hand down after the game.
Ernesto Frieri takes over on the mound. Fernando Salas through a scoreless 1-2-3 ninth. Callaspo, Norris, Gentry. 3 batters scheduled. Rough outing for Frieri last night in the 9th inning. 2 runs, 1/3 of an inning, 4 hits, and that included the home run by Jaso. Last night, the issue for Ernesto was really only relying on fastball, and the location was not very good. The breaking ball seemed like he became timid.
Yeah, he muscled up and forced the issue on his slider. It's been very good prior to last night.
Two balls and no strikes. Callaspo 1 for 4, an RBI single in the 8th. Got him to chase upstairs, almost like he took something off that fastball.
He was fortunate enough because that was well out of the strike zone. He had 2 pitches before that were just borderline off the plate. Then he swung at something out of the zone.
Callaspo picking up his 5th RBI in the 8th inning. Off to a good start with Oakland. He's picking them up last year in the trade with the Angels for Grant Green. Serving as a DH once again.
Nice play by a fan.
One-handed grab. Self-preservation.
Yes, it was.
Full count. Derek Norris, the catcher's on deck. Here's the payoff pitch. Callaspo went around. 1 down.
Hit his spot. Inside part of the plate. Strike.
Yep. That's not even on the swing. I said he went around, but that's a called strike 3.
Hey, Siegel's got a good punch-out sign behind the plate, doesn't he? Not if you're a hitter, of course, but if you're a pitcher.
Different story. Norris, pinch hit in the 8th inning. It's not quite Tom Hallion.
No, but he's getting there.
Yep. Norris a 2 RBI single at that pinch hit in the 8th. That was off of Jose Alvarez. See, now that's the breaking ball that was not around last night.
And the importance of throwing that breaking ball. So he was throwing his strikeout breaking ball to start the at-bat, especially against Donaldson. When you see that, you're going to take that. But now if you get ahead of the count, he will chase a breaking ball out of the zone because you showed you could throw for a strike.
Well, he leaves that one up, and it's a single up the middle. Back-to-back breaking pitches.
But when you establish you can throw for a strike, then you go off the plate with the breaking ball, not the middle of the plate.
See where Conger was set up.
That's right down the heart of the plate. Now, he wanted that slider off the plate. See, if you've shown as a pitcher you can throw a slider for a strike, you can go off the plate more than often. The hitter will then chase something out of the strike zone on a slider.
So a man on for Craig Gentry. He's had a couple of hits tonight. Been on board 3 times. Picked up a walk in the 8th. Can't imagine Norris would be on the move here, but you never know. Gentry with very good speed, tough guy to double up.
good life in that 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Ernesto.
Short lead for Norris at first. Foul back. No pinch runner situation here. Norris pinch hit for back in the 8th inning for Redding. Jason was in the game.
Yeah, with Norris, he does have a few stolen bases. If you just make him stop, he's not going to go.
Coco Crisp has been dealing with that hamstring issue. This is line and just beyond the reach of Eric Ibar. Boy, 3-hit night for Craig Gentry, and all of them on fastballs, as you were pointing out earlier, up.
And he's able to get his arms extended on an 0-2 count.
Boy, Eric timed it and everything just beyond his reach.
Right down the heart of the plate again. Just over the glove.
So 2 on with 1 out.
Boy, he timed it right, too, just over the glove.
Coco will come out, pinch hit here. This would be for Eric Sogard. Sogard, a couple of hits tonight, a couple of runs batted in. Apparently feeling good enough to swing the bat.
It's a tough time on all speed pitches, slow curveballs, changeups. Quick on a fastball, though.
Switch hitter, 304. 8 games this year. Looks at a strike. 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter this year. Howie cheating in a couple of steps at second base. Ibar doing the same at short. Freeze just about even with the bag at third. Outfield shallow and left and center. Calhoun as always deep and right. No 1 pitch.
It's that good life on the fastball. That's the fastball that Ernesto has to throw again, but a little bit further off the plate now. Keep it down, though. Baseball from the bullpen in the field of play.
Derek Barton's on deck. Came in defensively in the 8th inning. Coco taking his time getting in there. Frieri already looking in for that sign. No balls and 2 strikes. 14 pitches thrown by the right-hander. 11 have been strikes. Climbing the ladder. It's fouled back. 9 runs, 14 hits, 1 error, 5 left on for Oakland. 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors, and 6 left on for the Angels. There's Barton. Iaspo struck out to start off this 10th inning. Norris a base hit up the middle. Same for Gentry, a liner just beyond the reach of Eric Ibar. 0-2 again. That one missed up and away.
Changeup. Hank wanted that changeup in the dirt. That was up and away.
Off speed, sky to center. Playable for Trout. 2 down. Oh, pump fake there by Trout.
And the thing is, Trout was thinking if Norris is going to go to third, he's throwing the ball to second to keep the force play still in order. It's a smart decision by Trout. You want to always keep that just in case there's a baseball in the hole. You have an option if you're Eric Ibar to throw the ball to second for Howie to be able to cover the base. It's a long throw. Then we see him not going because he's going to throw that ball into second base.
So 2 outs, 2 on. Here's Bart, first plate appearance for him. Two for 25 this year, has 1 RBI. In their first strike. Bart last night batting in the ninth spot, playing first base, went 0 for 4 for Oakland. Halos in the bottom of the 10th inning have Conger, Stewart, and Ibar. It's the bottom third of the order. One and one. Jim Johnson standing in the Oakland A's bullpen. He's been playing the occasional catch. You got a switch hitter in Conger, the lefty batter in Stewart, switch hitter in Ibar. One pitch. Barton rips one foul. Out in front.
Conger going to go out to Ernesto and talk. They're going to try to go away, and if you're J.B. Shuck, you have to be prepared to be ready to field a fly ball your way. Barton hits the ball well the other way, so be in position to make a play.
Freire is ready. Glance back to Norris at second. 1-2 pitch. Lifted in the air, shallow left. Ibar drifting out. Calls off JB. We head to the bottom of the 10th inning. Bottom third of the order coming up in a 9-9 game.
Tenth inning is a closer. It's almost like a kicker in football. You just got to forget that last miss. He came out and put up a 0, giving the offense a chance to be able to win it for him here.
A couple of changes for Oakland. Jim Johnson takes over on the mound. He got off the slow start as the closer, so he was removed from that role. Johnson pitched in last night's game. 1 inning, 1 hit allowed, all zeros after that. Like I said, he'll be facing the bottom third of the order. 50 save season last year with the Baltimore Orioles that led the American League.
He's got a good sinking fastball, but it hasn't been working that way so far this year. 92 to 96. He's got a good curveball and a changeup.
Doolittle goes 1 inning, gives up 2 runs on 2 hits. That was the double by Calhoun, the home run by Trout. He also struck out a man. Nick Punto takes over at second base. So he's in that 9th spot in the order.
I don't know about you, but I was happy to see Sogard get out of the game.
No doubt.
I know Coco had some dramatic home runs and hits for Oakland, but Sogard.
J-So and Sogard both out of the lineup for Oakland. And Conger will bat from the left side. This will be his first plate appearance. Swings to the first one, pulls it foul. Conger took over defensively behind the plate after Colin Cowgill pinch ran for David Freese. And after Ian Stewart pinch hit for Chris Iannetta. No balls, 2 strikes. Hank hitting .294 in 5 games. 1 double, 1 home run, and 3 RBIs. A swing and a miss. Down he goes. 1 down.
Their changeup goes upstairs with a hard fastball. All set up by the changeup the pitch before.
Ian Stewart 0 for 1. Struck out in that pinch hitting opportunity in the 8th inning. It's a breaking ball for a strike. Little tapper towards second base. Punto has it. 2 outs. The Angels have right-hander Yoselin Herrera getting ready. There's the Cuban right-hander. Made his debut in Sunday afternoon's game. Angels debut, I should say. Pitched in the big leagues prior with Pittsburgh. Ibar fouls off the first one. Eric tonight 0 for 4. This one lifted foul and out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. Top of the order, Cole Calhoun on deck. Ground ball towards second. Punto to the backhand. An off balance throw. And the Angels go down quietly and in order here in the 10th. We'll head to the 11th at a 9-9 tie.
the 4th inning. 2-run home run. And Oakland stalked back. Dirk Norris gives Oakland the lead with a 2-run single up the middle. But Mike Trout ties it up in the 9th with a 2-run home run after Cole Calhoun led off with a double. We're tied up here at 9 to go into the 11th.
Oakland here in the 11th inning will have Lowry, Donaldson, and Moss coming up to face Yoselin Herrera. Cuban right-hander, 32 years of age, last pitched in the big leagues on Sunday, but prior to that, 5 starts with the Pittsburgh Pirates back in 2008. Signed a minor league deal in the offseason after pitching in independent baseball last season in the Atlantic League. And prior to that, took 2 seasons off. His last organization was the Twins in 2010, and that was a minor league thing.
We saw some good movement on his fastball. 90-94, slider, curveball, changeup.
Jed Lowry, a couple of doubles for him tonight and an RBI. This is lined beyond the reach of Eric Ivor. Lowry, a 3-hit game, a leadoff single.
Going away very well, hit from the left side. Pitch was down over the plate though and over the head of Eric Ibar.
Donaldson 2 for 5. Couple of singles for him. This one pulled down the line. That's an extra base hit. Lowry on his way to third. Gallego is waving him in, and the Oakland A's are back on top 10-9. A double for Josh Donaldson.
Boy, Stewart playing off the line. This one right down the line. And Mike Gallego seeing that ball getting all the way down in the corner sends Lowry all the way from first base. Ball just rolled all the way down in the corner.
Donaldson picks up his 9th run batted into the year. And with nobody out and a man in scoring position, Brandon Moss now bats. Moss 1 for 5. RBI single in the 8th inning. 3 infielders on the right side. It's a healthy Hack. Comes up empty on the breaking ball.
Looks like he got Hank Conger on the follow through on the swing. You know, the baseball itself. Bare hand exposed. The breaking ball. Got him right on the hand.
Howie Kendrick out in shallow right field. 0-1. Down low. See Hank a little tentative there, trying to keep that bare hand away from that ball down.
You always want to try to keep that hand, even though your first instinct is to try to block the ball in the dirt. Use your body, keep that hand behind your back.
Two and one now. Lowry a leadoff single. Donaldson first pitch swinging, double down the third base line. Conger and Herrera going to talk things over.
The only other guy left in the bullpen for the Angels is Kevin Jepson. Oakland has Abad and Gregerson, and Gregerson pitched last night. No action in their pen, so looks like it'll be Jim Johnson trying to close it out. The Angels do have the top of the order coming up in the 11th. Two balls, two strikes. Angels will have to find some heroics once again, as they did in the 9th inning. So they play from behind now. Body blow after body blow. It's like a heavyweight fight here. Back and forth. Swing and a miss. One down.
Well, these teams can play some tough, close games.
They can play some long games as well.
And long games, yes. Good off-speed pitch from Herrera here to get a swing and miss.
Here's the battle of Cubans. Lenny Cespedes and Jocelyn Herrera. Cespedes played for Granma, in Cuba. And Herrera, Pinar del Rio. Herrera, older, defected in 2005. Cespedes fouls off the first one.
A pretty good swing at that 94-mile-an-hour fastball up.
Donald's a pretty good lead over at second base. Cespedes tonight had a double back into second. 1 for 4. 0-1 pitch. Good breaking ball there. Just got a piece of it. Trout shading Cespedes out toward right center field. The opposite way. Calhoun is always back and right. This one's popped up. This one headed toward the seats behind the A's dugout. 34,887 tonight on the Albert Pujols fleece blanket giveaway night. Many departed after Oakland put 4 runs on the board in the 8th inning. The Angels got one back in the bottom of the 8th inning. Leadoff walk by Howie Kendrick.
That blanket came in handy here tonight.
Chris Arnetta and David Freese an RBI single in that 8th inning. The Angels got the 2 in the 9th to tie it, but now down 10-9. This one fouled back, and that was a rip on a high fastball.
And an 0-2 count. Too much of the plate for Herrera. You want to make sure you expand the zone when you're ahead of the count. Talk about a healthy cut.
Just off the end of the bat, headed toward the seats. A little battle between these two. Cespedes is certainly not getting cheated in his hacks. called. Strike 3 on the inside corner. Down goes Cespedes.
Back up slider. Looked like it got the inside corner. And it did at the inside corner. Hard to pull the trigger when you're hitting, when you see that slider come in like that. You're at the mercy of the home plate umpire, and it catches the corner, brings him up.
On the walk, Callaspo. Take your chances with Derek Norris, right-handed batter. And it will be Jim Johnson in the 11th inning. Had himself a 1-2-3-10th, including a strikeout. Three balls and no strikes. One for 5 night for Callaspo, but he picked up an RBI in the 8th. There's ball 4.
And one thing always to keep in mind is, even though Johnson is no longer the closer, he's a guy that generally doesn't pitch 2 innings or get up twice. I wonder how effective he could be second inning. So if you're Herrera, you want to keep this rate in a 10-9 deficit.
Norris 2 for 2 with a couple of singles, 2 runs batted in. Trout pretty much straight up the middle in center field. And a couple of steps. Now he's moving over to his left. Cole in a couple of steps in right. That was a very similar pitch that Norris got in the 10th inning, in which he shot right back up the middle of base.
Both his hits been up the middle.
Donaldson, the base runner at second. Callaspo at first. 10-9 Oakland here in the 11th. Donaldson with the RBI double. This is hit out toward left center field. Playable for J.B. Shaw. He's there. We'll head to the bottom of the 11th inning. Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, Albert Pujols to face Jim Johnson, down by a run.
The 11th inning, Cole Calhoun to lead things off, and he did so in the 9th inning, but in the 4th hit his 3rd of the year.
Well, he's had some great swings. He's had a single, a home run right here, a 2-run home run, and a double leading off the 9th. Before a 4-hit game.
2nd inning of work for Jim Johnson. He threw 2 innings 2 outings ago, and that was back on April the 11th against Seattle. All zeros, 4 strikeouts, and prior to that, had not pitched 2 innings in a game since May of 2012. First one in for a strike. Cole a 3 for 5 game, triple shy of the cycle. Double he picked up in the 9th inning, his 4th of the year. Calhoun now with 6 runs batted in. First 3-hit game of the season. Now the 1-1 from Johnson. Ground ball slowly hit to short, or to second, pardon me. Punto's got it. 1 down. Cole Calhoun may have hurt his ankle. And that does not look good.
No, he was really holding it quickly. Ooh, right there, he turned his ankle on the dirt as he tried to stop.
Assistant trainer Rick Smith, Mike Socham. And that kid is tough as nails, so to get the assistance of Soch and Rick, clearly in a lot of pain.
Just as he was crossing the base, slowing down.
And not only that, just as he's starting to get that swing down.
Exactly. 3 consecutive games, multi-hit games. Just going by the base, and as he stops, rolls the ankle.
Trout introduced. 1 out, nobody on. Looks at a breaking ball for a strike. 2 for 5 game from Trout. The RBI double in the first, 2-run home run in the 9th.
And with Cole Calhoun at second, like Trout in the 9th, 2-run home run, tied it up.
Chopper off the plate, towards short. Not going to get it.
No chance. 3-hit game for Trout.
And we'll bring up Albert Pujols with an opportunity to win this one.
Lowry did everything he could to throw out Trout, but with that speed, no chance. Second 3-hit game of this homestand for Trout.
Yep. Albert with a chance to extend his hitting streak. He's 0 for 5 tonight. Last time up in a fly ball to center field. That was off Doolittle. Just got it off the end of the bat. Quick throw to first, and Trout back in there.
Quick move from Johnson. Generally, when you think of closers, usually pretty slow to the plate. What a quick move. It looked like Trout was thinking about going.
Three infielders on the left side with Pujols at the plate. Punto came in to talk things over with Johnson. Punto pretty much playing almost up the middle, but he's on the shortstop side.
A lot of room on the right side of the infield, too, for Pujols.
And the dirt almost gifts the Angels 90 feet.
Well, if Albert hits a ball, a ground ball on that side of the right side of the infield, Trout's going to cruise into third base easily.
Outfield deep. Cespedes, Gentry, Moss from left to right field. Trout takes off. Pujols takes down low to throw down. Not in time. There's still a base. So the tying run in scoring position.
First of the season for Trout.
Pretty good catch and throw by Derek Norris.
Yeah, he was very quick on that release. Well, that baseball was out of his hand as quick as possible. Close play.
And Punto with a quick tag.
Got the hand in there clearly, but tried to knock the hand off the base. Kept that tag applied. Trout not only had his hand on it, but also had his foot on the base.
A master at twister.
He could do it all.
Albert with a 2-ball, no strike count. Pickoff attempt, and Mike gets a hand back in there. Two-0. Downstairs, 3 balls, no strikes.
Banya's on deck. Still think Pujols 3-0 count. If he gets a fastball, he's definitely got the green light. They're going to walk him instead. That baseball almost made its way back into the strike zone.
So 2 on, 1 out. Raul Ibanez coming up. Ibanez 0 for 1 in his career against Johnson. Tying run in scoring position. That's Trout. Winning run at first. And Albert Pujols. Breaking ball. First strike. The only position player left for the Angels, John McDonald. Slow roller to the right side. Bart takes it himself. 2 down. So the Halos down to the last out. It'll be up to Howie. Howie 2 for 4 tonight. Couple of singles and an RBI.
Four career walk-off hits for Howie.
Kendrick 1 for 7 in his career against Johnson. Figured Trout got to be alert at third base. A couple of pitches already in the dirt in this inning for Johnson. The first one, Howie, ground ball to short. Lowry has it. And Oakland takes game 2 by the final of 10-9.
Boy, fighting back, an opportunity. Couple guys on. But Johnson, a ground ball machine, gets 2 ground ball outs to finish it off. Ibanez 1, and then Howie Kendrick swinging first pitch. Grounds out to short. Oakland wins this one 10-9. 16 hits.
Now the Halos at one point had a 6-3 lead in the 7th inning. Oakland battled back. After the Angels tied in the 9th, they picked up the run in the 11th inning. Jim Johnson, the winner. Yoselin Herrera, the losers. The Angels drop game 2, 10-9. The final. Stick around. Angels Live post game is coming up next.